Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We have made it to Friday. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's actually a beam. Your eyes did not trick you last night. You saw a beam in the sky, which means that the Kings once again avoid that 5-game losing streak and get back on the right side of things, taking down the lowly Portland Trailblazers, who did give it to the Kings the last time they played each other. But the Kings said, not on my watch, 128-107. This is exactly what the Kings needed. And we're going to break it all down for the next 4 hours. We got A's baseball. We got Giants baseball. The A's, that bullpen. I know I've been high on the A's, but that bullpen, they don't fix it. You're not going to see a lot of Mason Miller because you got to hold on to games where Luis Severino, I was literally getting ready to go home. I'm sitting here thinking, man, this is going to be great. Friday, Kings get the win. Giants get a crazy win. Shout out Wilmer Flores. A's are going to get their first win with the Sacramento patch on their jersey. And in the time it took me to start packing up my stuff and get to the car, the A's completely lose the lead. Luis Severino, 1 second, he's cheering and doing his thing on the mound. The next second, the A's lose. But it doesn't matter. Still a very competitive game. Giants did their thing, and the Kings took care of business. They're now 500 at home, which maybe should be better. But at this point in time, a win is a win, especially when the Dallas Mavericks, they take care of business against the Orlando Magic, who the Kings, that's right, one of the most confusing teams in the NBA this season due to injury and due to just guys not living up to their paycheck on that team. Very confusing team. And I'll tell you why it might be a bad sign that the Dallas Mavericks were able to get that victory against the Orlando Magic. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us today. Thanks to Crumble Chris. That's why I made sure I worked out this morning because they told me Crumble Chris was in the building. So I got some cookies here. I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling outstanding.
You had time to work out this morning?
I did. River Cats opening night tonight. If you have tickets, be sure to get out there. I will be there training, shadowing, Lee the MC. My debut is tomorrow. I see Ward in the Sack Chat bought some tickets. I know Amid Rock bought some tickets. You guys will see me tomorrow, and I really appreciate you supporting. Come on out. The weather, by the way, some of the most ridiculous weather this week. It's gone from summer to winter to fall to spring all in 1 week. But we're going to have a good time out there. Make sure you bundle up, but also make sure you're able to get rid of those layers. And the Kings, they got rid of the bad energy last night. Keon Ellis was a big part of it. And I text Kyle. I said, Kyle, it happened. Our show is set. We got roundtable tomorrow. All the boys are in the building. Chris Watkins in the building. Frankie Cardicelli in the building. Brendan Nunez in the building. And what are we going to talk about? Yes, we are bringing it.
That's what we do.
And what are we going to talk about? Well, we're going to talk about the fact that we were in the building. We heard the names called. As the media gets the lineups, we see Malik Monk's name. And Malik Monk was called in the arena. And then we're looking around on the court. I look towards the bench, and Malik is in his warm-ups. I said, Chris, Malik is not starting. Everybody was confused. We will try to break down some of that confusion as Doug Christie says, and that was always the plan, throughout the course of 40 some odd games, different things are going to happen. So who knows what happened, but we thought a lot of people thought that he tried to pull the old quick switcheroo. Doug is saying, I didn't try to pull a switcheroo. This was always a plan. I don't know what happened because we thought, hey, was it Malik? And then at the last second, they decided, okay, with Malik dealing with coming back from the illness, whatever it is, let's go ahead and keep rolling with Keon Ellis. And roll with Keon Ellis they did. And Keon Ellis, career high, 6 steals. Okay, Zach LaVine said he didn't realize how ridiculous Keon Ellis was defensively until they faced each other. You know, we talked about Tamani Kamara and how every team feels like they have a guy. Every team feels like they have that defensive dude, that defensive menace. But when you have other NBA players with no purple lenses on, whether you're in the organization, not in the organization, no purple lenses on, saying that this guy really is a diamond in the rough. This guy really is a hidden gem right here in Sacramento. You get to watch him every night. Golden One Center. And as we say goodbye, and I do have a story we'll get to about me saying goodbye. I did see Mr. Wes Wilcox last night, and I did say goodbye to him. I did wish him the best, good luck in his future. But as we look at what Monty McNair has done, what Wes Wilcox has done, we can say, hey, you know, miss here, miss there. You have to give credit where credit is due. Keon Ellis, this is not a relatively good story, right? Hey, this is so cool, and I'm not going to name names, but we know what those stories are. Every team has them. You know, this guy, who was it, the guy a couple years ago who had been in the G League, he was what, 30 whatever years old. This is not that. That's a great story, relatively speaking. But Keon is actually a dude. Keon is actually an elite defender of the highest order, and we are watching a true two-way threat. Didn't shoot the ball great early last night. I saw him make that three, and, you know, when a player just puts their hands to the heavens, oh, thank you, I finally made one, because it feels good. He is a dude. So to watch the Kings last night with Malik Monk coming off the bench, and Doug Christie did say it's something that we'll look at. He started to say some of the things we've heard before. Malik, the energy he brings off the bench. And then on the other side of it, you see how well Zach LaVine played. We also have sound about everyone learning how to play with Zach LaVine. It just makes a bit more sense. Didn't have to be, in my opinion, never had to be Malik Monk. It just had to be one of those three. And I know the Blazers aren't good. And yes, they were missing DeAndre Ayton, who dropped 18 on the Kings last game, and Jeremy Grant had a decent game too. So the Blazers were not fully loaded, and they weren't on a red-hot streak like they were. I also think that is I wouldn't say cautionary tale, but that shows you what can happen throughout the course of a season and how teams can just start to play out of their mind, and you can't really explain it. Enter Chicago Bulls. The Chicago Bulls have been red hot. They've won 9 of their last 11. Last night, they scored, 6 points, 7 points in 12 seconds, ending with a buzzer beater half-court shot by Josh Giddey. So some of these teams, and we've seen it before, right? This is why we have to figure out a way to separate teams that get hot and teams that are legitimate, right? The Blazers got hot. They are not legitimate. The Bulls right now are hot. I don't think they are legitimate. The Kings, during that 7-game winning streak, as we look back on it, kind of seems like they just got hot. They still have a chance now to prove that it was all legitimate. That's what they have a chance to do right now. And yes, that was with De'Aaron Fox and prior to the trade. But they have a chance to show that this is legitimate. It's not how you start, people. It's how you finish. And the Kings have an opportunity. It's all right in front of them. The Mavs, you know what? Kudos to them. They beat the Orlando Magic. Anthony Davis is back. They're doing it without Kyrie. Anthony Davis has the biggest Frito-Lay chip on his shoulder. So it's not going to be easy. The Suns, they know what's in front of them. And they're going to go out and try to make sure that they put their best foot forward as they try to end this thing and sneak into the play-in and be that scary team. We have all these teams that want to be the scary team. So where will the Kings stand and where will the Kings end up in this group of teams where all of these teams, to be honest, from 1 to 10, they're talented. Think about if the Mavericks didn't lose Kyrie. This thing is a dogfight. It truly is. But at some point, you have to prove that you belong. And the Kings, amongst some of the young teams that have that have taken a step, amongst the vets, the veteran teams that have just been around as the Lakers are now sliding. I think I won't speak for everyone, but people like myself may have crowned the Lakers too quickly, and I'm someone who hates to crown people too quickly. Maybe we crowned the Lakers too quickly. This thing is not over. Did they find something last night? Everyone's been waiting. And here's the crazy thing. Malik Monk, he hadn't been starting because he hadn't been playing. So Keon had been playing, but there is a level of, okay, the Celtics are really good. The Thunder are really good. That was a crazy back-to-back. So it's hard to measure where the Kings stand. We know the Kings aren't there yet. But how do you look against the Blazers? And then I would say tomorrow night, how do you look against a team I would say better than the Blazers? Paolo Banchero, Franz Wagner. We know those two guys that kind of defy positions at this point. How do you look against a team that's better than the Blazers, right? You're not getting thrown in the pool. You got thrown in the pool while Malik was hurt. Sabonis was out. You got thrown in the pool. Now you get to gradually go into the pool. Last night, I would say was 3 feet in the pool. Tomorrow, 3.5, maybe 4 feet into the pool. So how do you look and how can we identify what's real and what is, well, you just did it against a bad team because you're a bad team merchant. But last night, as we remove all the thoughts about the future, as we remove all the thoughts about the past, and you live in the moment, it was just really nice to see the Kings come out and do their thing. The vibes in the arena were back. They were back. You had the game, Scott Freshour, who does a great job, of course. Scott Moak, who does an outstanding job. That's my guy. Everybody was rocking and rolling. You had Slamson flying into bowling ball pins and doing everything that encompasses what Golden One Center is. Last night, if you could just harness that and not think about anything else, that is why you are a Kings fan. Can they keep it going as they take a trip on the road? Not a lot of home games left, so they're going to have to get it done on the road. 4 hours with you. It's going to be a fun one on this Friday. I'll try not to eat too many crumble cookies before it's all said and done. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, it's Ram Truck Month. The sales event's going on right now, and I know that means heavy discounts.
It's not just a discount. It's big discounts on hard-to-find Ram heavy duties. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. When you need a hard-to-find truck, Hoblet has it, with over 500 new Rams available.
Just one of the many reasons Hoblet always ranks as one of the biggest and best Ram dealers in all of America.
And we are proud of that. But we don't just sell Rams. You have to check out the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with 200 vehicles available and 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$16,000 total net savings after $71.29 factory rebates and $88.71 dealer discounts. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders and $66.29 West BC standalone 10% below MSRP. 5 vehicles at this net savings. Sample VIN 316786. Not everyone will qualify for all rebates. See dealer for details.
So with 7 and a fraction seconds left, the Kings on top, 128-107. Sacramento well on the way to extending their home court success against the Blazers. This will now be the 5th consecutive time that the Kings have beaten the Blazers in this building. Final seconds tick away, and there is the buzzer. Chauncey Billups congratulating Doug Christie. Warm embrace of Chauncey from Leandro Barbosa as well. The Kings end up shooting a season-high 64.9% from the field.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Did the Kings find something last night? 916-339-1140. Or is it just a bad team? Because I know I see the texts. Hey, the Blazers stink. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't think anyone is getting ahead of ourselves anymore. We just want to see some good basketball. And last night was good basketball from the Kings' end. But did you see something that might work? This is exactly what we talked about on the show. There was your entry. We had our segment where we said paths to get out of this mess, off-season version and regular season version. The regular season version was this starting lineup has to change. I didn't say it had to be Malik, but the starting lineup has to change. And you have an opportunity because Malik Monk is coming back from what I hear was a pretty hardcore illness, right? He missed some games. So obviously it was not nothing. You have an opportunity. They took the opportunity. Now they won a game. You win another one with Malik off the bench. Hey, we've won 2 in a row. We only got 7-8 left. And it's been a while since we won consecutive games. So let's go ahead and rock with this. If they lose in Orlando, then I don't know what happens, right? Because then you don't have the excuse of winning anymore. Then you have to say, hey, Malik, even though we lost, and obviously it depends on how the game looks. Hey, Malik, even though we lost, we're still going to rock and roll with what it is. 916-339-1140. Did the Kings find something last night? And as the Kings maybe found something last night, the Grizzlies are now looking for a head coach. That is right. Yes, you heard me right. This was from Shams about 40 minutes ago. The Memphis Grizzlies have parted ways with head coach Taylor Jenkins. If you're curious what's going on with the Grizzlies, they are essentially tied for the 4th seed, but it looks like the Lakers have the tiebreaker. So right now they're in the 5th seed. I've lost track of how many games Ja Morant has missed. And with all that being said, the Grizzlies, right before this playoff run, have decided that now is the time to move on from Taylor Jenkins. So, of course, I'm not going to speculate, but to do something like this, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something else going on. And obviously, it's not going to take too long for something to pop up. This is from Memphis GM Zach Kleiman. Here's a quote, I'm genuinely appreciative of Taylor's contributions to this team and this city over the past 6 seasons. This was a difficult decision, given the consistent and tangible development of our players and overall success under Taylor's leadership. I wish Taylor the very best moving forward, close quote. I have heard, I'll say through the grapevine, there have been questions asked to Memphis media members already, and I've heard that they just weren't really happy with him. That's what's being said right now, that this has been going on for a while. They haven't really been happy with him last season. And you know, the injury thing is so interesting, how teams view it. Do you really get mulligans for injury-riddled seasons? Last season, in my opinion, I think in a lot of people's opinion, you get a mulligan for that season. Everybody was injured all season long for the Grizzlies. Maybe the Grizzlies didn't see it like that. I think what's funny is for Ja to miss so much time, way we look at it is, wow, look at the Grizzlies in the 4th, 5th seed, and Ja Morant hardly plays. Clearly, the Grizzlies weren't looking at it the same way. So that is, hello, Dave.
Hi, just thought you'd want to know this.
Okay.
I've been on the phones.
Okay.
Everything I'm hearing and what you're about to see reported, if you haven't already, is there's no smoking gun.
Mm-hmm.
They were just cold.
Huh.
They just wanted to make a move, which
right,
I find
right now,
which I find impossible to believe. But that's what's about to come out everywhere. No smoking gun. Bad record against in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 8-14. Under 500 against above 500 teams. Some discord. You saw Santi Aldama and Desmond Bain get into it. And that they just felt like it was time to make a move.
So the way it's being said is they don't feel like they basically don't feel like they were going to do anything in the playoffs.
That's right.
And they didn't to the point where they don't even want to give it a chance.
Nope, they want the new coach bump to see if they get lucky with that.
Wow.
By the way, one factoid I didn't have either that was just told to me a couple minutes ago, I'd forgotten. They changed out his entire coaching staff last summer.
Who's they?
The Grizz.
The front office.
They subbed out his entire coaching staff last summer. So, anyway, sorry to pop in.
Do you want a cookie or not?
I'm taking the whole box.
No, you're not.
I'm taking it downstairs.
I have another box.
All right.
Okay. Goodbye. Well, there you have it. And now that Dave walked in, yes, he was during the crossover. He told me he was talking to people. I just didn't know if he wanted me to say he was talking to people. But Dave came in and said it. So that's what I had heard. And we were waiting for something to come out. And Kyle, we haven't heard anything about who they're going to name yet, right?
I don't even know who their associate head coach is, but I would assume
right.
it's going to be that person unless that person also is fired as part of the process. But this was an interesting note that I also saw is that there are basketball reasons. Since February 1st, they are 17th in the league at net rating, and they've only beaten one team above 500, and it was, at the time, the Dallas Mavericks, which, as we know, they were above 500,
right.
but not really. So they've basically been the Kings for the last 2 months. They've lost to every above 500 team, and they've beat every below 500 team, and their net rating, them and the Kings are like 17th and 19th in net rating right now.
I'd have to look back at their schedule. So at some point, they just had a really hot start, and they've been surviving from their hot start, essentially.
Yeah, no, they were really, really good to start the season. I think when they came to Golden One Center the first time, I think at the time they were a top 7 offense and defense.
Yeah.
And then since then, it's just gone completely off the rails, kind of quietly also. Like, if we go all the way back to January 24th, they beat the Pelicans, they beat the Jazz, lost to the Knicks, beat the Rockets, which was the last time they beat an above 500 team. And then it's just loss after loss after loss against good teams, but their schedule was a little bit more balanced. So like they beat Phoenix and had 3 games against the Spurs.
Incredible. This is from Shams. He goes on to say, Taylor Jenkins was called into the Grizzlies office this morning and was fired in person, sources tell ESPN. Stunning dismissal. Jenkins now becomes one of the top head coaching candidates. Do
you think Shams had to make that note about fired in person because of Mike Brown?
Yes, no, literally.
Like literally Mike Brown is the reason Shams had to write that?
Yes. Head coaching candidates for the upcoming cycle. He had a 5.39, 53% winning percentage, almost 54% as Grizzlies head coach. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound that good.
You want me to frame it a different way?
Sure.
The winningest head coach in Memphis Grizzlies history got fired.
Yes, that was the next note from Shams. So Jenkins went 250 and 214 as Grizzlies coach, the most coaching wins in franchise history. And the texts are coming in now. Joe from the 530, Allen, the Kings should talk to him. Do things get a bit spicy now with Doug Christie? I tried to tell y'all, Allen, come on, man, Budenholzer and all these other. Look, I'm just saying. I don't know how many people have ever been in a situation where you're lined up for a position, but they say, hey, we have to interview other people. That is the most gut-wrenching situation because you understand it, but there are times where you see other people say, well, didn't so-and-so get that job? And, it was more so just kind of going through the motions, right? You can tell when there's a difference. I don't know what it's going to be. All I know is that the Kings should probably continue to win. And that's what they did last night against Portland. Don't worry, we're going to get to my West story because I think everyone will enjoy it as I say goodbye to the assistant GM, Wes Wilcox. But how does this change things for you, Sacramento Kings fans? You look at what Taylor Jenkins has done. The Grizzlies, another small market. Carmichael Dave came in. One of the first surprise appearances on the show, says he's hearing that there is no smoking gun. They just weren't doing it against elite opponents so much that they don't even want to see if he does figure it out, they essentially are a better version of the Kings. They're just not good enough. It's not Taylor Jenkins' fault that Ja can't get on the court. It's not his fault. What do you think? Let's talk about it. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie. I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is finally Friday, getting out the door to a cool start to the day. As we head through the afternoon, we'll see a bit of everything once again. Lighter winds, mainly sunny skies, and a chance for a few brief showers. Highs today in the mid to upper 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Ready for an early bird special? A new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as $11,789. This is a limited offer and ends April 15th. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Huge savings now on new 2025 Silverado at the Meta Chevy Silverado Supercenter.
Save $11,000 off MSRP after rebates every new Silverado LT Turbo Max with Meta Chevy's exclusive all-in-stock pricing.
And Meta Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$11,000 off new Silverado at the Meta Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MetaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, some of the offers.
Made a great deal at Meta.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Join us. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-611-5252. 800-611-5252. 800-611-5252.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emron Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Makes a pivot, gives to Sabonis. Sabonis now with a ball fake inside. Hands to LaVine. Bumped by Shaden Sharp. Goes inside. Up and down. Two-hand hammer. Oh, my goodness. That was thrown down with rigid authority. Zach LaVine now has 15 first-half points.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Lit and Fuel. We are giving away those tickets at 1 p.m. So you don't want to move wherever you may be listening. However, you may be listening. We're just reading through the SAC chat here. And, you know, it's funny. First thing I think is Taylor Jenkins and the opportunity that he has for whatever job openings there are. We don't even know if, you know, the Kings are going to open it up the way that I think maybe legally they have to interview, but open it up the way we were kind of joking about before the break, or if they are really going to go out and see who else is available. But looking at it the other way, Tino on the SAC chat is saying maybe that's an opening for Mike Brown to go to the Grizzlies. Kyle and I were talking during the break just as far as where Mike Brown falls on that coaching carousel at this point. I think Taylor Jenkins, the success that it feels like he had, although Mike Brown went to a finals almost 2 decades ago, but went to a finals with LeBron. We know that. And he's been around and the success he had with the Kings, don't get me wrong. I mean, think about this when you look at the firing this way for both of these guys. And who's the crazier firing, Mike Brown or Taylor Jenkins? I think it's Taylor Jenkins just because of the time of the season as they're about to go into the playoffs. But both of these guys on paper, Taylor Jenkins, most wins in franchise history, right? Nearly a 60% winning percentage. Mike Brown and Kyle looked it up during the 16-year drought. The Kings only would have made the play-in if there was a play-in 2 of those years. Keep that in mind. So it's not as if the Kings were just sitting in that 10 seed or 9 seed for 11 of those 16 years. Only 2 of those years they would have made the play-in. So Mike Brown comes in and they go to the playoffs, break the drought, nearly 2 decades, break the drought. Next season, a bunch of injuries, no changes to the roster. They make the play-in. They win a play-in game against the Warriors. Next season after that, they fire him. So if you look at those 2 on paper, both of them are good candidates. Now you take it off paper and you think, okay, Mike Brown's been around for a while. Taylor Jenkins, also, two guys that were coaching kind of small market teams. Taylor Jenkins, I would argue if it was me, I'd give the edge to Taylor Jenkins just because of what he's done with Memphis. They've had injuries. He hasn't had Ja Morant for not majority of the time he's been coaching, but He's been missing Ja Morant a lot.
The last 2 years, at least.
Last 2 years, the Instagram stuff, the injury. So I've done this without who a lot of people deemed my best player. So I think Taylor Jenkins goes right to the front of the line for whatever coaching opportunities are available. And now you have the decision to make if you're the Kings. And it's not just Taylor Jenkins, it's any of these available coaches. So this thing just got a little dicey. This thing just got a little spicy as the Grizzlies decide to do something. And we're having some fun with this as far as the dysfunctional teams, right? So we're going to break down all of the all-teamers, okay, later in the show. First team, all dysfunctional. Second team, all dysfunctional. Third team, all dysfunctional. And then we'll have honorable mention. So does this move the Grizzlies to the all dysfunctional team, along with the Kings, the Mavs, the Suns? They are first team all dysfunctional. Where does this move the Grizzlies with this decision to fire their coach 2 weeks before the playoffs start as a 5 seed in the West with Ja Morant missing 30 games, whatever it is? Does this move them into first team all dysfunction? Because it definitely moves them to second team all dysfunction. That's for sure. So this opens up some things for the Kings, and some decisions are going to have to be made. But you can't think about that now. The bottom line is last night, the vibes were high. The Kings get the W, and they do it in a very, very convincing fashion, which I think everyone could appreciate because it's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen something like that. The Kings, they end the 7-game homestand. They shot 64% as a team. LaVine had 29 points. Sabonis had 22 points. That means that my prop talk hit, by the way.
Check.
DeRozan, 21 points, 10 assists. He had a double-double. Domantas Sabonis nearly had 20 and 20. Keon Ellis, 10.6 steals, and Malik Monk with 16 points. So a dominant victory. Can it translate to the rest of the season? That's what we are hoping. And I think that the Magic on the road is a perfect test for the Kings to say, okay, you did this against a bad Blazers team, missing players. What can you do against a Magic team? What can you do against a Magic team that has been hot and cold? And if you catch them on a hot night, it could be tough. I think the thing, and we said it was a bad matchup with the Blazers. The Kings answered the call. I think Saturday night is a bit of a bad matchup too. Who's going to guard Paolo? Who's going to guard Franz Wagner? That's what they have to figure out. On the other side, we talk about Zach LaVine, how hot he was, and I talk about enough teasing. I will give the story on my goodbye to Wes Wilcox. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey Mom, hey Dad, spring break is just around the corner. Take advantage of the extra time with your kids and schedule a fun and convenient dental appointment at Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics. It's our mission to deliver more fun and less fear. Our dental rock stars strive to give nothing but the best experience to both parents and kids. We have several convenient appointments available this week, even on Saturdays. With locations throughout the Sacramento area, we have a practice near you. To book online, go to kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, where you can schedule an appointment today.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Since the launch of the World Handicap System, a golfer's handicap index has been automatically calculated by taking their 8 best score differentials from their most recent 20 rounds. According to Golf Monthly Newsletter, that handicap is not designed to reflect average scores, but how likely you'll play on a course of average difficulty. Handicaps are generally split into 3 different groups: low, mid, and high. A recent report by the USGA showed that the average handicap index for a male is 14.2 and 28.7 for a female. A golfer with a handicap of 1 to 9 is considered to have a low handicap. A handicap of 10 to 19 is generally thought to be a mid-handicapper, and a higher handicap golfer is 20 and above. Nearly 50% of males are mid-handicappers, with 30% carrying low handicaps, and under 20% of female golfers are in the low and mid-handicap groups. Carry your handicap proudly and play on. It's supposed to be fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, that Grizzlies win against a team with a winning record. The Grizzlies have beaten just one team with a winning record since February 3rd, and that was the Mavericks on March 7th. That's what Kyle was talking about. They were missing 8 players. 8 players in that game.
And it's also the Mavericks, so you know.
They're
not above 500 anymore.
So, Taylor Jenkins, are you interested in that? But look, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We still have a season to finish off here, and there's a chance that the Kings go on a run. Okay, and if the Kings are able to do that, that changes really everything. Really how everyone looks at this team. Do I think they'll go on a run? I'm not betting my money on it, but crazier things have happened. As we mentioned, the New Orleans Pelicans and everything that they did in 2022. So it's happened before. 916-339-1140. TC wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, TC? Happy Friday. What you got for us?
Man, happy Friday. Hey, yeah, so yesterday, bro, Allen, I get it, how the hell hang up, I get it. My whole point was everybody go through things, and you don't know who's going through what, you get me? So I get what you were saying, we both got a point on what we said, so I'm going to leave it at that.
All good, man.
As far as as far as Taylor Jenkins, I mean, if we really want to get freaky, right? If we really want to get freaky, pause, going into the playoffs, you know, hey, Vivek, make a move on. I don't know how that goes, and I don't know as far as with the coaching staff or if that'll ruffle feathers, but you can seamlessly slide Taylor Jenkins in on Doug Christie's coaching staff and let him take Luke Locke's position. I don't know how crazy that'd be, bro, but just to lock him in and have him and Doug at the helm next year, bro, could be scary.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, TC. I don't think that happens typically. Whether it can technically happen, I'm not sure. I don't necessarily see why not, but it just doesn't normally happen. But I think that's what TC means by getting freaky.
Sure. I mean, Taylor Jenkins hasn't won Coach of the Year, but he's a coach who has had success in this league. So if he doesn't end up getting one of the head coaching positions, which is a very real possibility, then I would imagine he will have, shall we say, other suitors for an associate head coach positioning as well. So maybe he looks at the Kings and says, I want to go coach that team because of insert reason X, Y, and Z. But I would imagine a lot of the top contenders in the West, or just the NBA at large, who are losing an associate head coach would be happy to hire Taylor Jenkins if he doesn't end up getting a head coaching position.
Yeah, so he will be employed next season. I don't know about, adding on when Salah got fired from the Jets and he was kind of hanging out with the Packers type of deal. I don't see that happening.
Well, does Taylor Jenkins have a head coach in the league who was the best man at his wedding?
Right.
Like Salah?
I don't see that happening, but moving into next season, I do think you have to give it a look. It's no disrespect to Doug. It's just how it goes. Right now, financially, what the Kings are already dealing with and how it would look, what would that be? If they don't go with Doug, that's what, another coach in how many years? That wouldn't look great. I don't know if the Kings care about that, to be honest. If they cared about it, they would have at least let Mike get to this point. I still don't know what's actually more bizarre. I early in the season, 5-game losing streak, and you kind of didn't want to give him the extension, but you had to anyway. I'm willing to say that this Taylor Jenkins thing is more bizarre than the Mike Brown thing.
I would agree. And the other thing that's so strange about it is just the timing, which obviously we've talked about before. But as Dave mentioned when he popped in here and stole our cookies,
that's right.
Dave outlined that they kind of think a new coach bump thing might actually help them, which is as strange as it gets. And obviously this one came out of left field, but if you look at the landscape, there's not going to be a lot of head coach openings this offseason either. If you assume Doug keeps the Kings job, you got Memphis,
Phoenix,
maybe Philadelphia, maybe Chicago, although Chicago's on a winning streak right now. There's not a lot that are going to be out there.
Well, and we had Casey Holdall on yesterday talking Blazers, maybe the Blazers. And if you're Taylor Jenkins, you want to go to Portland? I don't think so.
Maybe Mosley gets fired in Orlando, but they just gave him an extension, so I don't know if that would necessarily roll.
And we'll talk about the most desirable jobs, the most desirable coaches once we get to the offseason. We didn't think that another coach would be getting let go at this point in the season. But
sorry, there's one more I forgot. If the Spurs decide to hire a full-time coach also.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that in the offseason. The only reason we're here is because the Grizzlies decided that they want to start some off-season moves now, and that's exactly what they did. Okay, let me get to this Wes Wilcox story because it's not a very long story, but I had to tie a bow on the whole situation. So Wes Wilcox, the former assistant GM who took the job to be the GM for the University of Utah men's basketball team. If you have been following along with this story, and I know everyone is running around and you don't get to listen every day. Whenever you do get to listen, we appreciate it. And this is connected with the Drive guys as well. I'll give you the Spark Notes version. After we did a show a couple weeks ago at Doco, I'm at Chipotle with my boss. I did not know what Wes Wilcox looked like. He made a point to introduce himself to me, which kind of came off to me like, hey, I've heard your show. And if you listen to this show, you know we are anything but a Homer type of show. We let it sing when we need to let it sing. So we had some fun with that. The Drive guys had some fun with that. And at that time, nobody knew who it was. So that was the initial situation. So last night, I didn't know. Nobody really knew once the statement came out from Wes when he would be here or not, or when he was leaving, whatever the case was. I was literally asking people last night as I was there. So I get to the arena. I'm down on the court. Who do I see? I see Wes. So I have a decision to make at this point. Do I just leave it and just kind of duck out, right? And it is what it is. He's on his way to Utah, but that's not me. So I had to say goodbye and congratulate him. So we're walking over, and as I'm walking over, or he is now in my path. I'm not gonna say that I purposely walked over to him. We are going to the pregame presser, and he is now in my path. So he was kind of talking to someone. I could have kept it pushing, but that's not who I am. So I had to say goodbye to Wes. So as I'm passing Wes, I say, hey, congrats, Wes. Good luck. He puts his hand out for a handshake, right? So he puts his hand out for a handshake. I don't know what was going on with me, but I just dapped him. He went handshake. I stayed strong with the dap. So we dapped up, did the half hug dap.
Okay.
Yeah,
the dap.
I dapped him up. He thought it was going to be a handshake. I said, nah, we out here dapping. Told him congrats. And that was it.
So the story was the awkwardness of handshake versus dap.
Because he wanted handshake, and I had already committed to the dap for some odd reason.
Just instinctively?
And I saw the hand, but my hand was already in dap mode. So I just decided to dap him. We've been through a lot together.
Well, so this happened. Well, I guess you could say that.
We have.
When you had the exchange, did he recover, or was it like
yes, great recovery by him.
Okay.
It was not awkward at all once he knew, this guy's not giving up. This guy's going for the dap.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
This guy is not retreating and going handshake. I had already committed to the dap.
Because this has happened to all of us, or at least I should speak for myself. This has happened a lot, so you got to be able to recover. That's the most important thing. If usually you got to roll with the dap.
Yes.
The person who's going in for handshakes got to switch to dap.
And it was full, the knuckle grab.
Yeah.
And I said congrats. And then I dipped. That was it. And much easier than are we fist bumping or hand shaking.
Yeah.
That one is way worse.
I guess, that one's really weird because that just adds another wrinkle to it, right? There's the dap, there's the handshake, there's the fist.
Right.
I know some people do the elbows.
But I don't dap. I don't normally dap. I don't know what possessed me to dap in that moment.
I don't know. It's like
I just think that we had been through so much,
Congratulations.
Yeah.
This is a celebration. Oh, well, also the other thing is it's not necessarily I won't say professional relationship anymore, but it's like, hey, you know what? We're cool now. You're not in the position you're in. I'm not a media person who has to cover you anymore. We're cool.
We're cool. Yeah, our relationship is officially different now.
We are compatriots now.
Unless for some reason we start covering Utah basketball, we are safe from having any more awkward situations, which probably there will be more.
Do you think that he'll have a Chipotle across the street from his office in Utah? And do you think that
Probably.
Utah's version of Allen Stiles will get the chance to meet him at Chipotle?
Probably. All right. On the other side, we talk about how hot Zach LaVine was last night, and we have Christie's cuts. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip-off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacktown Sports is bringing you the biggest live events in town. Whether you're rocking out or dancing the night away, check out the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Get ready for an epic night out. Papa Roach and Rise Against take over Golden One Center March 29th. That same night, comedy legends Jay Leno and Arsenio Hall bring the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Get ready to laugh your socks off. And for all you country fans, Lee Bryce and Walker Hayes hit Ironstone Amphitheater June 21st. Then head to Santa Rosa for Country Summer with Sam Hunt, Kane Brown, and Dustin Lynch June 27th through the 29th. Then back to one of the most beautiful venues as Parker McCollum takes the stage August 16th at Ironstone Amphitheater in Murphys, California. Don't miss out. Find more info and score your chance to win tickets at SacktownSports.com. Again, get all the details on the hottest events happening in town and your chance to win tickets at SacktownSports.com.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but they outnumber me, man.
Oh, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
lives.
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can step, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can step, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sabonis with a rebound and the outlet to LaVine. Comes up the near side of the floor, now drives to his left, splits two defenders and gets the layup. Zach LaVine with back-to-back buckets gives the Kings a 6-point lead at 19-13. Biggest lead that the Kings have enjoyed.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Louie on the text line. Louie here. Yo, is there footage of this famous dap? Wes for show looks like a handshake, anti-dap kind of guy. You should know better, Styles. LOL. It was a good dap. He had dapped before. Now this just reminds me of the Key and Peele sketch. And I guess I don't know who is Obama in this situation, but
can't be you.
It's the anti-sketch to just power through it. So I know Louis, but I think he does. You know, you're a coach. You know how to dap. You coach athletes. You know how to dap.
It's more of a professional relationship kind of situation.
That's right.
Now you know what, Wes.
Right.
See ya. I will probably never see you again.
Right.
Good luck.
If Wes wasn't leaving and I saw him, definitely handshake. But he's off to Utah. Let me dap the guy out.
Here's the test. At Chipotle, was it handshake?
It was nothing.
Oh, it was nothing.
It was nothing. He had a bag full of food. All right. The Kings were in their bag last night, specifically Zach LaVine. And when that guy gets hot, I feel like we need a name for it. A LaVine, not a heater, right? Something like that, so people can work on that. A LaVine something, a Zach something. So work on that, table it, and put it in the Sack Chat, the text line. Call in. You can say it to Kyle. He'll get some names going because I've just never really seen something like this, right? You talk about the microwave scores. Normally that's somebody off the bench. But Zach LaVine, he sees a layup go in. You might be in store for 4 or 5 buckets in a row, and not easy buckets because the dude doesn't really take easy shots. 20-point first half, second time as a Sacramento King. First time was that Charlotte game. He was 9-12 from the field in the first half. 75% is his highest as a King, minimum 10 shots. 9 made field goals in a half, most as a King, most since January 4th. Against the Knicks as a Bull, finished with 29 points on 60% or better shooting in fewer than 40 minutes, played for only the third time as a Sacramento King. 42-point Charlotte game and De'Aaron Fox's return were the other two. Zach LaVine, he had this to say about one of the best games that they've put together as a group.
Yeah, I think we did a good job in the second half versus OKC and playing with more pace because they were running up and down in the first half. So I think we did a better job. We were talking about that. And then I think we did a good job coming into the third quarter as well of just staying with it because we've had some letdowns in the third quarter and, you know, where we haven't put together a full game. I think this is one of our better games that we put together.
They got to keep doing it. And it continues tomorrow night out there in Disney World as they take on the Orlando Magic. All right, Kyle, it's time for Christie's Cuts.
And put together a ball game against a team that has been playing well. Out of the All-Star break, they beat us. Chauncey's done one heck of a job with that team. A lot of length, athleticism. A lot of guys were shooting really well. There was, I try to reach our goals and get our guys to reach our goals. Obviously, 27 3-pointers isn't enough and 23 assists. But 60 points in the paint is solid and got to bring those turnovers down. But all in all, in a game that we really needed, Guys came with the proper focus and attention to detail to get it done. We're starting to understand Zach a little bit better, like the advancement of the basketball sometimes helps him to get downhill. Some of the plays that we're running has some gravity to it with angles that allows him to get downhill. I think that he's still finding his spots, especially to shoot the three-pointer, because, I'd like him to be in that 10 attempts as well, and he got to 5 tonight. But when he's as efficient as he is like this in the 2-point area, that's the balance that you're okay with. But his gravity downhill is super incredible. His ability to step away, create space, and strong legs to be able to knock down shots is big time. So we love the Zach that we're getting, and we know that there's even more in there, because when you look at the numbers, some areas like three-pointers, he can shoot more. And I think that sometimes he lays back a little bit because he wants to also make sure that his teammates are involved, and that's great. But when it's time to step on the pedal, we want him to step on the pedal, and he did tonight. He was big time for us. Trying to work Malik back in and make sure that he's comfortable and he's feeling good. Like I told you guys in the presser in the beginning, Malik is okay with whatever. He is the consummate professional, and these guys understand winning over everything. So it's something that we will look at as we go. But for somebody who's been out as long as he has, with the sickness, and to be 6 for 9, 2 for 3, I'm gonna get on him about the turnovers always. That's just what I do, and he's gonna tell me some words that I can't use here, and I'm gonna love him for it. But he was fantastic. He played a really, really solid game, and you can see how much that we miss Malik and what he brings to the ball club. Yeah, I mean, listen, Keon has stepped in when Malik went down, and he has played fantastic. The points don't indicate what he does for the ball club. And Malik in a six-man role is spectacular because he can come in and be aggressive the way that I want him to do. For me, the number for Malik is right around 8 to 10 three-pointers a night, and tonight he only got up 3. Like in my world, those aren't enough minutes for Malik, in my opinion. But we were also, just being careful and making sure that he's good. And going forward, we'll see how it goes. Our biggest thing is to win the game. And like Malik told me, his biggest thing is to win the game. And I think, he's one of those guys, whatever was said about him isn't true. This kid is all about winning. He loves his teammates. He gonna call bull when he sees it, and I'm totally with that. And I think that his teammates love him for that. I know I do, and appreciate what he brings. So a lot of times, guys, it's not about who starts, it's about who finishes, and he's a finisher for sure.
That was Christie's Cuts. Great stuff there from Coach Doug Christie as he breaks down. My main takeaway is he wants everyone shooting 10 threes. That's the only way to get to 50, right? They only had, 23 threes, and that's not it. They had 27 threes, and that's not enough as far as he's concerned. But everyone he talked about, he said, I need him to get to 10 threes. I needed him to get to 8 to 10 threes. So he wants them chucking. He was happy with what the Kings were able to do in the paint. And it was interesting the things that he said about Malik Monk as far as the conversations they've had. Malik is the consummate professional. All the things that we've heard in the past with Malik Monk coming off the bench. And he said it's about who finishes, which I thought was interesting because when you say something like that, and he says he's a finisher, I'm not trying to, because this is why athletes and coaches don't like doing media availability, because people can twist and take words. But I do hear that and wonder, okay, does that mean that the former starting lineup will be the closing lineup? Obviously, we didn't see last night because the Kings were playing really well. But I do think that the closing lineup is easier to manipulate and get less questions for, especially if you win. But even if you don't, it's hard for me with DeMar DeRozan, unless Malik is on a heater, DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine, having them in the game, and then some combination of, and Keegan hasn't closed some games. Keegan or Jake LaRavia or obviously Keon Ellis, as long as they win, they won't get any questions. But even if they lose, as long as it's not glaring, right? And Keon, one of the games that the Kings lost, Keon was on the bench and Malik didn't even play. So I think the whole finishing conversation is much easier to manipulate and say, oh, well, because it's based on the game. When you start the game, you don't know how things are going to go. So you can say, this is what we just feel confident with based on what we've seen. To end the game, that's, well, Malik is 3 for 15, or, oh, Malik is 12 of 15. We have to leave him in there. So he gives himself more wiggle room. Again, we're looking at less than 10 games left here. Oh, that's something that we'll, what did he say, keep an eye on, or, continue to look at down the line. There's no time. You got to make a decision, which I do think they actually made. I think that Doug is not going to say that now, but with all the weirdness with what was announced and who was actually on the floor, I would be a bit surprised if we see Malik start again. It does get squirrely, though, if they lose to the Magic, and especially if it's not particularly close. And they did not play well against the Magic last time they played them.
Yeah, we'll dive into more of the what happened coming up later. But
yeah,
it is interesting to think about. He wants to always have two of the defensive guys on the floor. And last night with Jake LaRavia being out, starting Keon Ellis and not having Jake LaRavia come off the bench, it was like Keon just went from having 25 minutes to 31 minutes, and then everyone sat during garbage time, and it kind of fixed the Jake LaRavia not playing aspect of it.
Well, and you look at the rest of the rotation now, all of a sudden, Devin Carter played 30 minutes last week in a game, and just a lot has changed. A lot continues to change, and like I said, this is kind of how it should be, though. Right? There's no time for patterns and whatever's working, just keep doing that. And I think that's why I'd be surprised if we see Malik Monk starting again, because this is a different version of, oh, well, I saw yesterday someone say, oh, well, Keon had been starting, so I don't know how much of a difference. This is more about the Blazers, and we'll learn more tomorrow night. But Keon was starting without Malik in the game, just because without Malik playing. Just because Malik isn't starting, I don't think we can look at this the same way, because that first quarter, Malik still eventually came in. That wasn't happening when Malik wasn't even playing in those games. So I do think this is another version that we haven't seen, because even though Keon was starting, Malik was not out there. We'll get to the phone lines on the other side. AC, we see you, 916-339-1140 if you want to be part of the conversation. Let's continue to dive into what exactly happened with Keon Ellis starting over Malik Monk. And yes, we see the Zach nicknames coming up. Kyle, get the dinger, and buzzer ready. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip-off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Here's a steal by Keon. Career high 6. Breakaway. Hammer time. Put a punctuation mark on that one. Keon Ellis with the wide eyes. Hammered it home. His 6th steal of the ball game. And that was a thing of beauty.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
The Kings Roundtable is at 12. Brendan Nunez, Frankie Cardicelli, and Chris Watkins. And Brendan Nunez has already spoken on the Taylor Jenkins situation, and he said via X, gotta be something that the Kings think about. So we will talk to Brendan Nunez about that. Meanwhile, as far as what the Grizzlies are thinking about and what they're doing, the Memphis Grizzlies are naming Tomas Lasalo as the interim head coach. Sources tell ESPN. This is from Shams. Lasalo, a native of Finland, is a former Finnish professional player and coach. He was head coach of Paris basketball in 2024, winning the Euro Cup and Euro Cup Coach of the Year. So if you're wondering where is the NBA experience, that's what he was currently doing. That's what he was currently doing. That's his NBA experience. So we just talked yesterday about Mike Bibby and doing the thing with Mike Bibby, and here we are with someone in Tomas Lasalo who gets inherited a 4-5 seed in the West right before a playoff run. How in the hell do you evaluate this guy the next month? This, honestly, to me, feels like a similar situation to the Kings and Doug Christie. This is somebody that they've liked. If they lose in the first round, I mean, the season's not done yet, so he's got, 2 weeks before the season ends, less than 10 games, and then the playoffs. So, I don't know, just have a winning record and be competitive in the first round. How in the heck do you evaluate that? So, Evan Sidery also added that this guy, Lasalo, is viewed, he's 42 years old, viewed as a innovative offensive mind. Okay? An innovative offensive mind.
I believe you pronounce it Tuomas Isalo.
So that's an I see.
Yes.
Isalo.
I believe.
So there's two I's.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, he's from Finland.
I see.
So if the internet is correct, I believe it's Tuomas Isalo.
Tuomas Isalo, an innovative offensive mind.
I could also be incorrect.
You're probably right. And we'll find out because everyone's going to talk about it all day today. And there you have it. How he will be evaluated, not much of a clue, but it'll be interesting because the Grizzlies have put themselves in quite the situation here. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Allen. AC wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, AC? What you got for us? Happy Friday.
Hey, Allen.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good.
So I went to the game last night.
Okay.
And I, was hoping the Kings wouldn't fold, which they've done before. But the impression I got from Zach LaVine, and I know this name has already been used, which is Zach Attack.
Mm-hmm.
He literally attacked the defense. Like he's been kind of laying off and passing off the ball and all that other stuff lately. He's been kind of passive. But he basically said, you know what, screw this. I'm taking this to the rack, and you're going to have to stop me. I'm going to step around you. And he did a couple of those moves that we obviously would like to see more of.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's why he had a good game. It was fun to watch him come out again and do his thing.
Allen, you're spot on. Thanks for the call. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend. When Zach LaVine decides to just drive the basketball, his first step is so quick. He's so crafty. He's so athletic. At the very worst, you feel like he's going to get fouled. Sometimes he's too crafty for his own good, where he puts too much English or does an extra pump that he doesn't need. But he is just so darn athletic around the rim, beyond the rim. It's crazy. It is. I literally was talking to Chris Watkins sitting at the game yesterday, just thinking, and I said to him, dude, this is insane. When he decides to get to the rack, it's really hard to stop him. And it's funny because it's not your classic, I cross left and I shake right. It's not really handles from the handles point of view. It's just his quickness. And I think he's stronger than he maybe appears. And that combination is quite deadly. So Kyle, get the dinger and buzzer ready. Zach attack. Yeah.
It's good, but I think we can do better.
It is good. I mean, it is. That's it. That's the easiest thing, right? So Zach attack. I got some here. Livin' LaVine La Roca. Livin' LaVine La Loca.
Livin' La Vina Loca?
Yes.
Is that what they're trying to say?
That is what they said. Livin' La Vina Loca.
Like Livin' La Vida Loca, but it's La Vina Loca?
Yes, Kyle.
I like it, but Allen butchered it, so that kind of ruined the
Rancho Mice. But we're not saying that.
No.
I just got tongue twisted. So Draper, he's living La Vina Loca. Actually, that would hit. No, that actually would hit, Bell.
I would be so confused if I mean, it would be
that
funny.
Would hit.
I would be like, what did he just say?
I think that's a ding for me, Rancho Mice, now that I said it out loud in Draper voice. Big fella, living La Vina Loca, Zach LaVine. Yeah, I'm in, Rancho.
He's got 15 points.
He's got 15. Big fella. 916. LaVine stream, that's crazy. That is actually nuts. That's from Ben. Ben has a couple others.
I can't believe you read that.
I had to. Ben has a couple others. Clap back, Zach.
That's also crazy. That's even crazier than the last one.
No, LaVine stream is nuts.
Then clap back, Zach. Hey, now.
Last one from Ben, and Ben did start with Zach attack, so he got one. He's 1 for 3 right now. Last one from Ben, LaVine machine. Ben, you're 2 for 2, hitting 500. Hitting 500, Ben.
Was he living La Vina Loca?
That was Rancho Mice.
Okay.
He's living La Vina Loca.
Okay, well, I guess we'll give it some time to see if anyone else comes through. But
yeah, that's it for now.
But so far, I just wanted anything but Zach attack because Zach attack is too easy, and I guess clapback Zach is winning right now.
Well, it's definitely not LaVine stream. On the other side, we update the playoff probability and what happened because the Kings won. I'll tell you what, the Mavericks kind of getting in the way. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is finally Friday, getting out the door to a cool start to the day. As we head through the afternoon, we'll see a bit of everything once again. Lighter winds, mainly sunny skies, and a chance for a few brief showers. Highs today in the mid to upper 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Ready for an early bird special? A new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as $11,789. This is a limited offer and ends April 15th. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696355.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Well, it's the Ram Truck Month sales event, and I know that means discounts.
Right now, you can save up to $17,500 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s. And we don't just have a few Rams. We have Northern California's biggest selection with over 500 new Rams available.
It's a big city savings with the small town customer service.
Exactly. When you shop at Hoblet, you become part of the family. Plus, we don't just have big savings on Ram trucks. We have almost 200 vehicles at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter and over 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$17,500 total net savings after $10,500 tractor rebates and $7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance through Chrysler Capital. $1,500 National Conquest dealer cash. Must currently own or lease a Ford, Chevy, or GMC brand vehicle. And $500 on-the-job upfit. Must show $500 plus eligible upfit. 5 of the net savings. Sample VIN 684-262. See dealer for details.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, Affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Halfway through the second hour. Hope your Friday is moving quickly. I know the Friday, the day you want it to move quickly. But I was thinking about this when I was on the boys' golf trip. And Friday is one of those days where you want the day to go fast, but you love Saturday. But I'm to the point now where, and I obviously love my job, very grateful for the opportunity. But I'm to the point now where I start looking at Saturday and I'm thinking, man, Sunday's around the corner, then it's Monday. I think I would argue that there is more hope on a Friday. I think I have Friday ranked higher than Saturday.
You never have more hope in your life than at 2:30 p.m. on a Friday when you're driving home.
Right?
You know you get to sleep in the next day.
You got 2 days, right? Maybe it's part of I don't know if it's the parenting thing. I don't know. But Friday, I think I enjoy more than Saturday, even though I work on Friday.
I don't have access to the YouTube, but I would love to put that up as a poll. Is there ever more hope in your life than at 2:30 p.m. on a Friday?
I figure most people it's probably about 5, but even 2 because You're almost there, baby.
I don't know. A lot of people work from home on.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about when you are if you go to work on Friday, when you're driving home from work at the end of the day on Friday.
Whenever that is, would you rank Fridays higher than Saturdays? That's the question. Because it's a Friday, 11:30. The Kings won, and then tomorrow the Kings play again. So the anxiety returns. I'm just saying.
I actually can make this as a poll, so let's see what people come back with.
All right. Let's see what people come back with. We have some more names that we are going to read off that fans and listeners are dropping in with. Met a couple fans yesterday, a couple listeners at the game as I was walking in. Appreciate you. And whenever you see me, just say what's up. I love it. I love it. And I really do appreciate everyone who is, just willing to say what's up. And whether you do or not, thank you for listening, whether it's for 4 minutes or 4 hours. And one of our P1s is going to help us right now, 916-339-1140. Let's go to JR. JR, what do you want a nickname? What do you got for us today, JR?
Well, first of all, being De La Styles, do you eat meat on Lent Friday?
You know what? I'll try. I'll try if there's, because I remember it would be a double header while I was still in school, and hey, gotta eat the tuna fish sandwiches. But now, if nothing's available, I'll roll it over. So if I eat meat on a Friday, then I'll just not eat meat on like a Saturday or something.
JC's okay with
that. That's right. I just put it on layaway.
Okay, as a Sarah boy, same way here. Hey, one thing with that last caller, I loved how Zach was going to the hoop. I also think, the more him and Sabonis play together, the better we are. And they haven't played a lot of full games, where they can have a game like a Portland team that can make a few mistakes. Mm-hmm. Once those two get going, that is the key for the next couple weeks, is let him go to the hoop when he needs to, get Sabonis out of the way, or play it through Sabonis. And God, we need that chemistry in there, and that's really the key. So, and hey, Zach has a nice rack. Can you say that?
I don't know. Who knows? Thank you, JR. Happy Friday.
Zach to the rack works. I don't know.
Yeah, let's stick with Zach to the rack. You know what?
He just made that intentionally dirty for no reason.
Well, because that's what JR does. But I will say, if you rewind back a couple weeks, right, when the Kings were playing pretty well, there was a conversation about Domantas Sabonis learning to play with Zach LaVine. And Domantas Sabonis said he likes it differently than other players that I've played with. He likes it in different spots. And Domantas Sabonis learning how to handle that and play with Zach LaVine. Well, what happened about a game or so later, Domantas Sabonis got injured. So this is what we're talking about. And to have the conversation about running it back, I know that might be tough, and I'm not necessarily saying to do that at all. But when you do talk about these injuries, you already have limited time, and these guys just really haven't been on the floor together as a unit that much. What do we do with that? I'm not quite sure, but we're starting to see this thing make sense, and unfortunately, there's just not a lot of time to diagnose what exactly it could look like and whether or not they should get the opportunity to continue as constructed. And obviously that's if everyone wants to move forward and there's no kind of drama or anything like that. We have the updated playoff probability for 9, 10, and 11 in the West. As far as pocket watching, the Mavericks beat Orlando last night. The Suns, huge game for everyone. 6 and below. Huge game tonight. Suns play the Timberwolves. And for all intents and purposes, last night's win for the Kings eliminates Portland. So don't have to see Portland, which is great. The Kings' chance to end in the 9 seed at a nice 66%. We like that. Their chance to end in the 10 seed at 27%. That's crept up a bit. Their chances to end in the 11 seed, that's right there at 6%. Their chances to advance out of the play-in at 20%, with the Mavericks at 17% and the Suns at 4%. So, they're riding the ship a little bit. They are riding the ship a little bit, and we appreciate that. I would say, again, you look at the schedule. This is no disrespect to the Magic. I was really high on the Magic coming into the season. They had some devastating injuries early on where both of those guys had been injured, and Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero for long periods of time, which just completely derailed their season. And they kind of don't know what their identity is. Some days it looks like they're going to take over the East in about 2-3 years. Other days it looks like the Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum thing. Is this thing going to work? So you have the Magic, the Pacers, who dropped 162 last night.
Oh, not just 162. I don't know if you saw this, but it was they were up by 53 points with 2 minutes to go. They had already scored 162.
Mm-hmm.
The backups refused to run up the score on the Wizards at 162 to 109. And Wizards fans started booing the Pacers for not running up the score on their team. The fact that the Pacers gave up with 90 seconds left irritated Wizards fans so much they started booing the Pacers for not running up the score on their team.
How do you even do that record? Was there, as far as, the different eras of basketball, were they close to breaking any type of record?
I looked it up. I know that one of the Wilt Chamberlain teams had 163 in regulation. I didn't go back further to figure out what it was, but I think they were third or fourth at least all time, but I think it was the first in a long time in terms of 162 points in regulation.
So this is an opportunity, and I would make this is why at the beginning of this whole pocket watching extravaganza, this is why the number was so low, and a lot of people were saying, well, the Suns are catching the Kings. Why is the number so low? Why is it at 1.8, whatever it is? Why is why is it so low for the Mavericks and to drop out and the pick? Really, it's because the Magic are seen as an easy team, okay? The Pacers are not really seen as an easy team, but not seen as a hard team. Then after that, you're at Wizards, at Hornets. So you go 3-1 on that stretch like you're supposed to. And honestly, and we'll have this conversation, you don't lose all 5 games, which is tough. At Cavs, at Pistons, host the Nuggets, host the Clippers, at Suns. Basically, if you could find a way to go 2-3 on that stretch, and you do what you're supposed to do against these lesser teams, you're in. You're probably in as a 9 seed. If you win, if you lose to the Magic, you mess around and lose to the Magic and lose to the Pacers, get your Wizards and Hornets wins if you lose those 2 games, going into that 5-game stretch, this thing could get weird, very weird. And with that being said, the Suns still have to play well.
Yes, and the Suns have to win that last game of the season against the Sacramento Kings to have any chance of jumping into the 9 or the 10. By the way, just quick update. That was the 9th most in regulation in NBA history, but the 2nd this century for the Indiana Pacers.
They're rolling. They're rolling right now.
The Carmelo Nuggets had 168 against the Sonics one time, but
that's nuts.
Yeah, in regulation too. It'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. Just for reference, the most probable outcome right now is Kings, Mavericks, Suns still as the play-in results. And also the most likely outcome is that all 3 of them end up losing in the play-in or not making the play-in altogether. But as I said yesterday, the darkest days are behind the Kings and they're still in the 9 seed.
Yeah.
Therefore, their path to the 9 seed is much, much easier than it probably looked 4 games ago.
Upcoming games for the Mavericks, they go to Chicago to take on the Red Hot Bulls. After that, they host the Nets. They host the Hawks. And then they have a back-to-back against the Clippers. So if the Bulls stay hot against the Mavericks, that puts them in a position where they have to beat the Nets, the Hawks, and they got to take one from the Clippers. And, the Clippers obviously are trying to get to that 6th seed, so they're going to be on their P's and Q's. So some tough sledding for really all of the teams involved. And the Kings are right there with a good chance to right their wrongs and have a little bit of good momentum heading into the play-in. More of your nicknames on the other side. And we got some sounds from the Diamond as the A's and Giants started their season last night. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda. Hey Mom, hey Dad, spring break is just around the corner. Take advantage of the extra time with your kids and schedule a fun and convenient dental appointment at Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics. It's our mission to deliver more fun and less fear. Our dental rock stars strive to give nothing but the best experience to both parents and kids. We have several convenient appointments available this week, even on Saturdays. With locations throughout the Sacramento area, we have a practice near you. To book online, go to kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, where you can schedule an appointment today.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
The word "for" has been used in golf for centuries, and its origins can be traced to the Middle Ages. According to historians, the word "for" is derived from the Old English word meaning before or in front of. In those days, the term was used to warn people of incoming arrows during archery practice. Another theory suggests that "for" has military connections. During the 19th century, artillery officers would yell "for" to warn their troops of incoming shells. This practice may have carried over to golf. The most popular theory, however, is that "for" has Scottish roots. In Scotland, "for-caddy" was used to describe a person who walked ahead of the golfers to spot where their ball landed. The "for-caddy" would then yell "for" to warn the golfers if their ball was heading towards another golfer or a spectator. Today, "for" is used to warn golfers or spectators of an errant shot. Whether it's derived from the Middle Ages, military practice, or Scottish roots, "for" has become an integral part of the game of golf, and now you know why. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
The pitch. He swings and he hits a high drive into left. Going back, Ramos. Now on the warning track. He squares up and just a few feet in front of the wall. He makes the catch. Ball game over. And as the Hall of Fame broadcaster Bob Prince used to say in a game that ended like that, he'd say, had him all the way.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Well, there you have it. There was the call. Wilmer Flores keeps the Giants undefeated to start the season. Patrick Bailey tied it up with 2 outs in the 9th on opening day, and Wilmer Flores followed with a 3-run homer, stunning the Cincinnati Reds at Great American Ballpark with a 6-4 victory. The Giants gave one heck of a birthday present to Buster Posey, who was in the executive's booth for the first time as president of baseball operations. That is from Alex Pavlovich, who has been covering the team forever. Great stuff from the Giants, who start out the season. And, you know, obviously there was a lot going on with the show. I got caught up on everything after, and people were hitting me up. Did you see the Giants game? Did you see the Giants game? Great stuff. And, you know, it does feel a little bit like the cloud over the Giants might be gone. It's easy to say. It's a long season, too long, if you ask me, but that's a conversation for a different day. But you get Buster Posey in the fold. Everybody loves Buster. Very funny. I mean, the Giants, you know, a lot of people make fun of the Kings for some of the moves that they make and their obsession with those 2000s teams and keeping all those guys pretty close. But, you know, a lot of teams do this. You look at the Giants, Buster, the captain of those teams, while they got those 3 championships. Of course, he's going to be a good choice to put in the position of president of baseball operations. Is he good at his job? We don't necessarily know that yet, but we know that the fans are going to accept him with open arms, and he'd have to be pretty bad for there to be the type of uproar that there was with Farhan Zaidi. And you get a win like this, it's a long season. There's a lot of ups and downs, but so in every sport, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. But having a good start really helps. And when you hit the dog days of July and you can lean back on the 10-game winning streak that you had to kind of make up for it, to give yourself some cushion like the Kings don't have right now, that's really important. So, you know, and Ellie De La Cruz, I mean, oh my goodness, that dude is a menace. I don't want to get too caught up in my baseball stuff, but I don't think people realize how much of a freak of nature Ellie De La Cruz is.
Well, no one's watching him is the worst part.
He's in Cincinnati. Like if this was a different sport, he's similar to an Anthony Edwards, and everybody would be saying this guy, or maybe even a Giannis. There would be so much clamoring to get him out of Cincinnati. If this was not even another sport, because I know they don't really do it in football, but if this was basketball, they would be trying to get him out of Cincinnati right now.
Well, yeah, and it's not even just he plays for a bad team. He plays for a bad team that gets no publicity.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, they have their history, the Big Red Machine, and we get all that, but it just doesn't translate. The Giants get the W, and they're off to a really good start for their season. Just 1-0, but we'll take it. On the other side of things, I've been really high on the A's. I've been selling. So the Giants are close to their, 81.5. The A's, not so much. And all of the media, and I'm curious, 916-339-1140. Some of you texted in yesterday and said, I'm going to be watching the A's. I feel like more people will be inclined to watch the A's once they're literally in Sacramento and it feels real. It might not feel real quite yet, even though they got the Sacramento patch on their jersey, but it doesn't feel quite real yet. And they were really close to starting their season out with a W. And, to see Tyler Soderstrom with not one, but 2 home runs and the A's not able to get that W, it was really tough. If you want to see Mason Miller, the middle of that bullpen is going to have to be better than it was last season. The starting rotation, I think, is respectable, right? Luis Severino was outstanding last night. Pitches topping out at 98, 99 miles per hour, and it's all for naught. It's all for naught. That crazy play with Ryan Bliss on the Mariners where he tried to get all the way home on a pass ball. The A's, Marcotte, they challenge the call. They get the call. He's out. And you know what? I felt for Ryan Bliss in that moment because when you're sliding, you're not really supposed to slide, or when they teach, you don't really slide at home plate. But what happens at home plate when you slide, because it's not elevated, I would go right foot underneath my left leg, right? I would tuck it that way, which is what Ryan Bliss did. And what can happen is your foot is in the air. So that's not a problem at the bases. But when you get to the plate, it's kind of hard to touch the plate because your foot is in the air. So Ryan Bliss was essentially over the plate, but his foot wasn't able to touch it. A's make a great play. The call gets reversed. And then right after that, they give up a sac fly and tie up the game. And then you have Randy Arozarena, Polanco hitting home runs. And so you don't even get to the point where you can have a closer situation. So the A's are going to have to shore up that bullpen, or they're just, it's too early in the season to make any moves. They're just going to have to be better. But it was nice to see. I mean, it wasn't like the A's came out and the Mariners, they're not supposed to be world beaters, but they're supposed to do better than the A's. The A's didn't come out and lay an egg or anything like that. Honestly, when they come back home to Sacramento, or their temporary home to Sacramento, the Cubs, they've made a couple moves, but I don't think anybody has the Cubs. It's not like they have to face the Dodgers or anything like that. So I think that the A's will leave their first homestand with maybe a couple wins here, which I think can help everybody and kind of that excitement. That first win in Sacramento is again going to be historic. So some good stuff there from both the teams. I almost said both the Bay Area teams, but that's not the case. No,
it's not. But it doesn't seem like anyone notices at this point. They said 1-0 Oakland on the broadcast. Mariners broadcaster had a funny response where he was like, "Oakland, sue me," after he accidentally said the wrong name.
Yeah.
So everyone's still calling him Oakland. And then he's like, "They're from Sacramento." And there were all sorts of fun moments. I also like the Ricky Henderson tribute that they did. That was super cool. Seattle had his family come out and throw out the first pitch, or bring the first pitch ball out to the mound for Ichiro.
Kyle, I'm going to have to stop you here for a second. Now, I don't think it's not breaking news, because it's not breaking news, Kyle. I see you moving. It's
when
not
it breaks.
News. I repeat, it's not breaking news. This is from Brett Siegel, who actually just texted me a couple days ago about something else. So this just came out literally 5 minutes ago. Domantas Sabonis could request a trade if the Kings don't establish a clear direction this offseason. This is what Brett writes. Many around the league are preparing for the possibility of the Kings becoming big sellers ahead of the 2026 NBA trade deadline next February, which would likely result in Sabonis requesting a trade should a clear direction not present itself. Well, I think I know what we're going to talk about with the roundtable as they join us here in about 3 minutes.
Sounds like you want to talk to them about Jake LaRavia being out 7 to 10 days.
That's exactly right, Kyle. The roundtable joins us. Some semi-breaking news, some breaking rumors on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sac Town Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Oh, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, huh?
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-611-5252. 800-611-5252. 800-611-5252.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth worker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports, 1140. your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Joined by 2/3 of the round table, Frankie Cardicelli, very busy. Lead editor, he's got meetings. Whenever you can join, he's got a child. Whenever you can join us, we appreciate that time. But we do have Chris Watkins and Brendan Nunes to kick things off. And guys, before we got to the break, I saw this note from NBA Central via Brett Siegel. Domantas Sabonis could request a trade if the Kings don't establish a clear direction this offseason. Brett Siegel, a friend of the show, many around the league are preparing for the possibility of the Kings becoming big sellers ahead of the 2026 trade deadline next February, which would likely result in Sabonis requesting a trade should a clear direction not present itself. So what everybody is saying on the text line, on the Sack chat, hey, didn't Amick say this weeks ago? As far as I understood what Amick was saying, and maybe we're just dealing with some aggregation sensation of the possibilities and things like that. I did not hear what Sam said as moving towards a trade request. I didn't necessarily think that was in the cards.
He wrote it in the article. I can't remember which article it was. It was one that him and Slater teamed up on. And he didn't say Sabonis was going to seek a trade. He essentially said Domantas Sabonis is going to have conversains about the direction of the franchise. And
but
obviously
that's what that means.
It's what it means, right? I mean, it's just he's putting
because what happens if the conversations don't go how he wants?
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just stays unhappy.
Yeah. I'm like everybody in the NBA.
I'm not saying Brett is just making it up out of thin air. The probability is more than likely he checked with any, it could have been multiple. It could have been one front office person. Doesn't have to be a GM. It could just be somebody who works for the team in some sort of office capacity. And, just ask them have you heard anything about it? And, you get one person to confirm it and boom, you can run with it as a story. So I'm not saying he's not factual or anything like that. It's just, I don't know how new it is.
We've heard the idea of Domas being unsure about this future or, just questions about how he may feel about this team since I want to say it was right around when Mike Brown got fired and De'Aaron was moved on from. I think it's kind of been floating around since that point, at least.
Yeah, I'm going to, obviously, Brett, friend of the show, we're going to reach out to Brett, see if we can get him on either today or Monday to just kind of break down, hey, the expansion of this from see what's going on to the T word of trade. That I think is what kind of threw me when I saw it. So we'll get to all that. But the other thing that he kind of mentions, guys, and this isn't how I was going to start the round table, but we're here now. What about the other thing that is this all just part of the possibilities of, when we had Chris Biederman on, hey, this whole thing could blow up. We really don't know. The idea of the Kings becoming big sellers, we've kind of had a timeline in our mind of the Kings are going to get another year with a version of this team. Maybe not specifically this version, but you look at Keegan and, whether he gets the extension, that situation. Zach LaVine has the player option after next season. So that's how we were operating. But at that point is the idea, hey, if things aren't, that's true, but if things aren't going well to that point, and we're around the trade deadline, and I don't know, some team out there is desperate for a Zach LaVine or whoever, whatever the case may be. I think Sabonis could be seen as a plug-and-play guy. This thing, the timeline changes a bit, and we could see an explosion before the trade deadline in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, it's the famous Mike Tyson quote, right? Everyone's got a plan until you get hit in the face. Yeah. And it kind of feels like the only thing that we've learned, I mean, especially compounding with the Taylor Jenkins news today, things change really, really quick in the league. And, so you might have a plan, a clear-cut plan to kind of have a full build-out, and then things change literally overnight, and you have to readjust. And sometimes it's planned, sometimes it's not. And I think the Kings are kind of in that situation going into the offseason where I'm sure they do have a plan of, all right, we'd like to bring Domas back. We'd like to bring LaVine back. We'd obviously like to work something out with Keegan this offseason. maybe start to think about what we're going to do with Keon Ellis long term. But the reality is, like you just laid out, like what if Domas has that conversation and things don't necessarily go the way that he wants it to go, and all of a sudden he's now asking out. Like now you have to consider, okay, do we have to move on from him? We just went through this with De'Aaron. Did we do that the right way? Like it's just a whole other process that kind of unravels. So I guess that's just a way of saying like they can have a plan all they want, but like it's things are probably not going to go to plan.
Well, and I think part of the issue, and hello, Franklin.
Hi guys.
Frankie's in here.
That's right. There we go. Wow. We missed out on the Kid Rock intro.
Oh, God.
But I think part of the issue is that people, I've seen some people see that and the response be, oh, they should now blow it up. And I feel like you're already past that point of the timeline. That doesn't even feel like a feasible option. Not that you couldn't, but I think ideally you're getting like a head start on a rebuild when you blow it up. And I think that, if you were to have done that with De'Aaron, then you could follow up with some of these other guys. But instead, you want a little more win now. And so if you do reach a point where you have to move on from Domas this offseason, or I think that we could end up having the same conversation about DeMar DeRozan, that your options seem limited because I don't think resetting is really on the table. So you're going to have to try to figure out how to restructure the top of this roster, and you don't get the benefit of being able to be patient either. You probably have to do it quickly. And I feel like we've seen this front office in the past try to be like, we need to wait and make sure it's the right move, which I think is understandable at times. But at this point, you got to put your cards on the table. So I think that they're going to be in a tough spot where you like have to restructure the top of your roster. You have to make a win now for win now trade, which is rare in the NBA. And it's just a tough position if that's what we reach.
Frankie, we are reacting to Brett Siegel's scoop, how he mentions Domantas Sabonis in a very similar way to what Sam Amick said, but at the same time, a little bit more. Sam Amick didn't use the T word, but as in trade, but Brett did. I sent out a text to Brett. We're going to try to get him on the show today before we wrap up. But your initial thoughts, Frank, and I know you've been in a meeting, but the long and the short of it, very similar to what we heard from Sam Amick, just as far as the Domantas Sabonis meeting with the team about the direction. Someone's always asking about direction with the Kings. Your initial thought on that and the possibility of the Kings becoming big sellers ahead of the 2026 NBA trade deadline.
Yeah, I think it's fair for him to inquire about what direction the franchise is going, but at the same time, I'm not sure how many teams are going to jump at the chance to trade for the contract for an aging center. And not to call Domantas Sabonis an aging center. He's still playing at a high level. He'll play at a high level, I believe, for multiple years to come. But the money attached to it, when the Kings signed him to that deal, I think, and I was telling our good friend Chris Biederman last night, that when he signed that extension, I looked at it as, okay, the Kings had their best season in almost 20 years. You have De'Aaron Fox, who's about to be in his prime. You have a young rookie in Keegan Murray, who's all first-team rookie. He's a guy who can stretch the floor and play. Well, now we know he can play defense at a pretty high level. You have these pieces. Malik Monk is a six-man. I get you want to build around your big pieces. But now looking at it, it looks a little different. And you do have, De'Aaron Fox is gone. Now you have Zach LaVine, who just turned 30, making $49 million a year. I think 53 in the final year, which is a player option around that mark. You have Keegan Murray, who is going to be looking to get a new deal in this offseason, like Chris said. You have Malik Monk, who is under contract for 2 more years guaranteed, and then a player option that fourth and final year. It just, to me, looks like, okay, you go to the front office and you say, what direction are we going in? Maybe you want out. It's not that easy. It's not that simple. Mm-hmm. And the Kings have that situation going on with about 3 players right now.
Yeah.
And DeMar DeRozan probably is most likely one who could be moved.
Yeah.
I think a team might take a flyer on him for, the final year. I think he has a $10 million partial guarantee in the third year of that deal, which is the last year. I've gone back and forth on it. And I think we have had conversations before where we say, okay, maybe it is time for the Kings to blow it up. And to Brendan's point, I don't know if it is really entirely possible for the Kings to quote unquote blow it up. And, I think if they're going to do that, you would have cashed in more for De'Aaron Fox. I'm still very confused why. And I think Jake Fisher said it on Bleacher Report yesterday. If you were to poll 100 NBA front office executives, 100 would tell you the Kings did not get enough back for De'Aaron Fox. Mm-hmm. And if it wasn't for the Luka Doncic trade to the Lakers, the Kings would be getting, I think, dragged right now for what the return for Fox was. And that's no, shot at Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine's still a very good NBA player, but when you trade a player like De'Aaron Fox, who's still not into his NBA prime years yet, and you trade him to a situation like San Antonio, who the Kings are going to be battling probably for around the same range, or maybe next year, you never know, San Antonio gets surprised, but the Kings are in a position now where they have some assets, sure, but I don't know if you can look at Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Domantas Sabonis and say, okay, one of these three players is going to bring back that kind of haul that you look for in a rebuild.
Yeah.
And that's what the Kings, like you mentioned, you have Keegan Murray, you have Keon Ellis, you have Zach LaVine, you have Domantas Sabonis. Can you find a way to kind of tweak and build around those players? Probably get a point guard is really what they need, a real true point guard, and, make it or salvage or make the most of what you have left.
I think the interesting thing here is how the timelines aren't necessarily off. When you look at some of these other teams, we spoke with Casey Holdall, who covers the Blazers. There are some outliers on a lot of these teams. The Nets have some outliers. The Jazz has some outliers. The Blazers have some outliers. The Kings actually don't have that many crazy outliers. It just hasn't really worked the way that I think a lot of them were hoping that it would work. And we'll talk about how the injuries maybe affected that and what we should do with all of it. The issue here is, guys, the timeline for the Kings, when you made that move and you decided to move off of De'Aaron Fox, the timeline to be relevant, I don't want to say it's embarrassing, but you were kind of frantic and hectic and hasty in a way to be a 6 seed, maybe, and you're not going to get the 6 seed. So I think the toughest part is the rash decision that you made. It wasn't even a high risk, high reward, right? You made this rash decision to maybe get out of the play-in, which is the craziest part to me. And the De'Aaron Fox thing, and I'm glad you brought it up, Frankie, so I won't get in trouble for bringing it up because I bring it up too much. The De'Aaron Fox thing to me is you didn't get enough for him, and I would have called his bluff back and said, you know what, De'Aaron, you're not Luka. And I'm going to call you. And a lot of people have said, well, what if he went and got the surgery and the Kings? Fine. Then the Kings don't make the playoffs. They keep their pick and they still have De'Aaron, right? So that would have worked. So the whole thing, I think, was not butchered, but a little filleted, if you will. So on the other side, well, let's talk about what the lineup is now. We were all sitting together when the confusion happened with the lineup that wasn't, that was supposed to be. And did they find something last night, the Kings, or did they just play a bad team? Allen Stiles in the roundtable, Sacktown Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Northwest Exteriors.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center. It's finally Friday. We've got a variety of weather conditions to talk about. We're back to sunshine, a few clouds, and a few pop-up showers through the afternoon to early evening. High temperatures today in the mid-60s. You can expect clearing skies overnight. That'll drop us off to the low 40s first thing Saturday morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Northwest Exteriors wants to keep you cool all season long. Trusted in Sacramento for heating and cooling systems. Book your tune-up today as part of our 30th anniversary special. Call 888-TRUST-NW or visit trustnorthwest.com.
Simply the best. Trust Northwest.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready? $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Sweet home, Yuba City.
That's not
where,
that song.
That's where Frankie resides. Franco Cardo joining us along with Brendan Nunez and Chris Watkins. And just so everyone knows, we were able to lock in Brett Siegel at 1 o'clock after his Siegel Scoops just dropped. What was that, this morning? And a lot of people, hey, is this the same as the Sam Amick news? I want to find out the same thing too. And that's what we're going to talk to Brett about at 1 p.m. And right now, we're going to talk to the guys about what happened last night with the lineup. So, Kyle, let's hear what Doug had to say. Did any of you, was one of the three of you who asked that question to Doug? Because we talked about
the Malik thing?
The Malik thing.
No.
Okay.
It wasn't us.
Okay. Let's hear what Doug had to say.
Doug, starting lineup was announced with Malik. Then we saw Keon start. What went into that decision? What exactly happened there?
The decision was already made. I think, we got 41 games here, and sometimes you at the scorers table, you can get a little mix up, but no one asked me when I came in here earlier. I might have told you, Jay, if you asked. Yeah. This is the one time you didn't ask me two questions. You asked me one, and I answered it.
So that was Doug, and I don't know, man. We've been in those pregame presses before. If somebody had asked Doug, I don't think we're getting that answer.
No, Anderson in the background there was like, yeah, right.
Yeah, we are not getting that answer. Maybe he's having some fun with that. Yeah. I don't know what happened. All I know is that all of us were very confused.
Yeah, I think there was just a mix-up in the information getting to the scorers table.
What do you think really happened?
Are we putting on tinfoil hats for this one? Or
I'm asking.
I think that the scorers table got the wrong information. Somebody said that they saw, I don't know if you guys caught it. Somebody said that they saw when Malik got announced that Keon was the one that like ran out there.
That was a question that I had. I wasn't watching Malik run out. I was like looking at the Jumbotron.
Right.
We were going back to writing something down. I don't know, but I did not see who ran out after the name was announced. But all I know is the clear confusion that we all felt watching Keon, dap everybody up and go out to the center court. We were just kind of like, what? Even the names on the box score on the electronic screens in front of it, it said Malik Monk. And
we get the starting lineup 30 minutes before a game, and it said Malik Monk on there. And
I believe you have to submit it to like a league portal, which is the interesting
I honestly
thing.
wouldn't have been surprised if the Kings got in trouble for that. Like if I'm the Blazers, I feel a type of way about that.
Right.
I had been planning 30 minutes prior at very least when you're required to submit your lineups that this was your group. I'm pretty sure there has to be.
And there's a rule for lineups.
So it got mixed up. I think it says something that we're over there with tinfoil hats on, like what's going on when this team does something, and that's where we're at with this team.
Well, I would say that to un-tinfoil hat it, the way Keon reacted tells me that he already knew that they didn't care. Malik was in his warm-up, so they knew what it was. So that tells me it wasn't as tinfoil hatty as maybe, or maybe it makes it more.
I mean, it just depends where the information got mixed up.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll never know, or maybe we'll do some investigative journalism.
We'll know on Saturday. I mean, we're gonna know when. We still don't really know for sure if this was a Malik coming back from being sick, which seems like kind of Doug was kind of hinting at, kind of bringing him along, but also kind of added that he liked how he looks. And Doug kind of had a comment that stuck out to me that said he likes what Malik can bring off the bench. And that's what I think I've been screaming on this show. And I'm sure you've echoed similar, or maybe you haven't.
You've been screaming.
But you've definitely been screaming.
You've
definitely been screaming.
I don't do
You've been
that.
screaming.
Please continue.
But just that is what best suits Malik Monk for this. I can't wait to hear you out there, man. I can't wait to hear you
Saturday.
At those games, man.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see you out there. You mentioned Yuba City, by the way. Yuba City's Max Stassi behind the dish
There you go.
Rivercats
I knew
year.
that.
So go check out the Rivercats and our buddy Max. I just feel like, if Doug's finally kind of trying this thing out, it really is intriguing to me to see, especially with Jake LaRavia out, they're going to need more balance in that second unit. And now Jake LaRavia isn't a microwave scorer, but having Keon kind of mix up that starting lineup group, you have three players who are not great defenders, but score first players, and Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine. If you break that up a little bit, have a little versatility there, you have now Malik Monk back off the bench, being, he could probably run the point with one of LaVine or DeRozan on the floor still. I feel like that's the best foot forward for this team. And, it's Portland last night, but Portland's had the Kings number pretty, they've beaten them twice this year. And the Kings, it never seemed close last night. So we'll see. But yeah, like you said, tomorrow maybe we'll have our answer and who's in that starting lineup.
Yeah, Doug definitely said some things where it was, he talked kind of similar to what we heard from Coach Mike Brown about Malik off the bench. And now with Doug at the helm, I'm just making sure everybody knows because this news came out not too long ago. Sacramento Kings forward Jake LaRavia completed imaging on his left thumb after taking a fall in the third quarter versus the Oklahoma City Thunder on Tuesday. Imaging concluded LaRavia sustained a bone contusion. LaRavia will be listed as out and will be reevaluated in 7 to 10 days. Guys, we have 9 games left.
That's 4 to 6 of their last games.
Okay, we have 9 games left. Chris, does this give Doug, for lack of a better term, an excuse or a reason to quote unquote switch up the lineup and kind of protect Malik's feelings at the same time?
I mean, I guess I don't know how much it'll have to do with the starting lineup with Jake being out, but it's definitely an opportunity to at least say like the minutes are going to be there. Like last night I don't know how many he finished with. I think I had to leave a little early, but he had like 16 points in 17 minutes or something like that. I would assume Malik probably wants to stay near that 30-minute mark that he's kind of become accustomed to. If he's going to come off the bench, like as close as he can get to that as possible. So I think at least the LaRavia injury means, it'll keep Malik happy in terms of getting his minutes. But we'll see. I mean, they also play such different roles. Like LaRavia, obviously, Doug mentioned the other day, like when he benched Keon, it was because he wanted to go with the size of Jake LaRavia. I think that's really where you're going to miss Jake the most is we don't really have those jumbo lineups anymore. Like it's kind of back to Keegan and Trey Lyles being the Kings jumbo lineup. And you just kind of saw how Jake turned that into a legitimately great defensive lineup. And I just don't know if they're going to have that at their disposal anymore.
Go ahead.
I do think though with Jake they'll miss like his size and a little bit of versatility, the physicality I think that he brought to Chris's point when you have a lineup of Jake LaRavia, Keon Ellis, and Keegan Murray out there, specifically just like Jake and Keegan. I like the size that gives you, and the Kings haven't had that for a while, but I don't think it really affects Malik. I think that the Malik starting thing is a different conversation, and Doug towed the line with both things yesterday. Like the first quote was, quote, trying to work Malik back in and make sure he's comfortable and just feeling good. Like almost saying like, oh, that we're just working him back in because he was sick the last couple of days. But then later he says, quote, Malik in a 6-man role is spectacular because he can come in and be aggressive the way that I want him to. And obviously that stands out. I think it allows him to just be the score first guy. It also makes the starting lineup a little simpler. There's not as many cooks in the kitchen, and, factor in it being Portland, but I thought that Zach looked a lot more comfortable taking shots. It looks like DeMar's leaning into that point guard role a little bit more, I would say, diming a little bit more. But the other thing I'll point out real quick on Doug is one of the things he said is that everything they say about Malik isn't true when it comes to him being good with coming off the bench. And I'll say, at least that's how I took it. And I'll just say that, everything we've seen from Malik, he's been good coming off the bench. He says he wants to start, but he's embraced that role. And the coaches have said that he's embraced that. But honestly, all the behind the scenes stuff has been that, no, Malik wants to start and he doesn't love coming off the bench. And to me, I think Doug knows that. And I think that Doug directly responded to that yesterday, saying that everything they say about Malik is not true.
There you have it. Well,
did you guys take it that way? Did you catch that at all?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's always going to be kind of a hot button topic, I think, as long as Malik's here now, just because of how it all kind of unfolded. But I think it is pointing that Doug did kind of lay it out that way, and that there was kind of like a Band-Aid that had to be ripped off earlier this year, and that happened. And now we kind of saw the Band-Aid be almost like reapplied, but will the wound heal, I guess, is the question. So we'll see, man. But no, I definitely took it as And I think we're at a point like now where the Kings clearly, I mean, and Malik said that in the offseason coming in after he signed his contract, if things aren't working, he would let Mike know. And if he felt like in a bench role they weren't working, he would tell Mike. Well, Malik got moved into a starting role and the Kings were in a losing streak. The Kings were in a losing streak again just
also
now.
took Mike getting fired, and we know Malik didn't love Mike.
For sure.
Maybe he didn't let Mike know. He let the front office know.
For sure. But now, look, the Kings are losing. They're getting cooked on the defensive end, and they switch up by putting a defense-first player. Okay, defense-first player who's shooting 44% from three, and Keon, by the way. But you mix things up again, and you kind of have that balance. And look, they win in one game. It's one game. But if you beat Orlando tomorrow and Keon starts, that's called a winning streak. And that means it works.
I wonder if Malik has a chip against Orlando. They should have bagged him.
Yeah, KCP trash.
Oh yeah.
And that's, we got to get to the other side, but I do think it's interesting. You win, there are no questions. If you lose to the Magic, how do you tell Malik then we're actually, and it doesn't really matter if you get smacked, then there's no way you can tell Malik that you're still coming off the bench. But if it's a close one, how does that work? When we return, as we discuss Jake LaRavia being out for the next 7 to 10 days, how much should we talk about the injuries derailing all the moves that the Kings made? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Service is their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts, so if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
2025 Rivercats baseball is finally here. Kick off the year with exciting baseball, brand new giveaways, and all the fun of Sutter Health Park. Whether you're with friends or family, don't miss a moment of Rivercats action. Get your tickets for the first games of the season at rivercats.com.
Hey, Kings fans, join Allen Stiles and Sacktown Sports at Tom's Watch Bar this Saturday from 1:30 to 3:30 for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party versus Orlando. Enjoy all the action with 360-degree viewing and electric game day atmosphere. Tom's Watch Bar. All the sports, all the time.
Dunks, threes, buzzer beaters. There's so much NBA happening. I gotta keep up.
Easy there. There's a better way to NBA with the NBA app.
Wait, really?
Follow your favorite teams and the league's brightest stars. Be on the ball with real-time stats and scores.
Yeah?
And go behind all the drama with new docs and shows.
Are you kidding?
Catch every swish, dunk, and bucket. All of this, all in one place, all for free.
Thank you.
There's a better way to NBA. Download the app today. Available on the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiOJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigiOJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Well, guys, after a 50 ball and a player that
you're really doing this,
we had conversations just for 2 seconds. I promise.
Are we talking about your dap up with Wes again?
No, but,
okay.
no, but that was
long enough.
Yeah,
it wasn't that long.
2 segments.
It was not 2 segments.
It overlapped.
Leaked into two. It leaked into two.
It overlapped.
There was a text. I had to read the text. So this is more
What
important.
does hands feel like?
Crazy.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
That is crazy.
That is crazy.
Well, this is more important, guys. Drew Timme has signed to Brooklyn.
So much more important.
Yeah, I'm just
Why
saying.
I have nothing.
It just showed up on my feed.
Shout out Jordy.
It just that makes a lot of sense.
How many people have tagged Carmichael Dave already?
Probably just Dave, because I think Dave likes that joke more than anyone else. All right, I was just making sure, because as we bring this whole thing back around to some of the additions that the Kings have made during this season.
We should talk about Colby Jones's big game while we're at it. You know,
Look, just bring them all back.
Yeah,
just bring them all back.
I've always believed.
You have.
You're the
Could still be the starter.
Is Colby Jones still on the Kings now?
Stop it.
If the Celtics foul was called when he got whacked in the head,
They might
make
the
those
playoffs
shots.
if
They win the game.
They might make the playoffs if that shot goes in.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you. Absolutely not.
If that foul is
Absolutely
called,
not.
if that foul's called.
I'm just
That was
saying.
a terrible game.
That
Well-
game was that was against the Celtics bench, right? The Kings went like on a 20-2 run or something.
Literally.
Against Brendan, your Celtics.
That's right. Your
No
Celtics,
comment.
Brendan.
No comment.
Well, Jake LaRavia will be out the next 7 to 10 days. He'll be reevaluated, guys, and the hits just have kept on coming for the Sacramento Kings. So look, they make the trade, okay, and it feels like everyone in the starting lineup has missed some amount of time, right? From and honestly, maybe DeMar DeRozan is the only one that hasn't, but from Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, and the other guys that they traded for. Jake LaRavia has been kind of in and out of the lineup. Now he's out again. How much should we be taking all of that into account when evaluating this team moving forward? Obviously, like we said, Brett Siegel joins us in 30 minutes about could they blow this whole thing up if Domantas Sabonis doesn't like the direction. Did they get a bad hand a little bit? No, they shouldn't have traded De'Aaron, or at least I don't think the way that they traded him. But if these guys are healthy, could they maybe have been more so hunting for that 6th seed? I mean, I don't know. It's been some bad luck, man. Domantas Sabonis missed a lot of games.
The Domas injury is probably the one, like, because it overlapped with while he was trying to mesh with Zach LaVine, I would say.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Kings got like an overly bad hand this year. You know, I think that they got a very average amount of injuries affecting their season. Unless, you know, if you guys feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't feel like it was overwhelmingly. It's always part of the equation
Yeah.
for sure. And I would say again, the Domas and like not getting
Malik,
chemistry with Zach probably
Malik,
hurts.
Domas, both of them at the same time for a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean,
They definitely haven't had good luck, but I wouldn't say it's been extraordinarily bad luck. Like, I mean, this happens. Like, we're in game 72 right now.
73 done.
Like, that's what happens when you play an 82 game season. It's why a lot of people have called for the league to shorten the season. Like, these little, small injuries, like they end up stacking up. And I think, it's not. The Kings have had good luck in the past, that Bean team season, right? Like everyone was like, oh, you guys are the only team that's healthy. Like, lucky you. And then last year, obviously, we saw the complete inverse of it. We saw Malik go down. We saw Kevin Huerter go down to end the season. And that's kind of the complete opposite side. And it feels like this year somewhere in the middle where, those guys have definitely all gotten hurt, but it's been for a game here, a game there. Like, when was the last time the Kings played against a team that was fully healthy? We played the Cavs the other day. They didn't have Darius Garland. Like, I just think that that's the nature of the league in the games 65 on. Like, it's just a league of injuries, and sometimes guys play through. Like, I'm not saying Jake LaRavia play through this injury, but De'Aaron Fox broke his finger, and he was playing with 8 fingers, and he played for the entire season. Like, LaRavia has a bone contusion; he's going to miss 7 to 10 games. Or 7 to 10 days. That's fine, but it's just maybe easier to withstand at game 30 than at game 70.
Yeah, I look more to the schedule and that recent stretch they just had more than looking at injuries and saying what could have been, because you look at that 10-game stretch we talked about. We all looked at it for a while. Like, here it comes, that 10-game stretch where the strength of schedule is like a number 1, number 2 in the league. Those 10 games, they go 2-8, and that includes 2 4-game losing streaks. And you have a game in Los Angeles against the Clippers, which they should have won. The Bucks game, there's an argument they probably should have held on to that lead and won that game too. I mean, there's a couple of games where they really should have.
Nuggets,
a game they blew. I mean, there are a lot of games in there. The Warriors in there who they completely laid down in that game. I mean, Phoenix on the road. I look more at the schedule getting kind of, increasingly difficult at a really tough time. And look, we can point to the fact that this team is still relatively new and they're still learning how to gel. And I think Katie was on with Dave and kind of pointed that too, saying that, the reason the Kings were winning a lot of games was, last year and the year before, winning 44 plus games or whatever it was. They had a lot of chemistry. They had 2 training camps together, a lot of practice time together. I mean, I don't know if this team's had even 10 practices total since the trade deadline so far. And that includes the All-Star break. So it really is not to make excuses, but I don't want to make the other excuse and say, okay, losing some players to injuries or personal reasons or what have you has really kind of impacted this team. They've had some games they could have won. They haven't done it. They've had to, let losing streaks go too far. And, say what you want about this team, about this roster, but this roster to me, losing 2 4-game losing streaks sandwiched with 2 wins in the middle, it's inexcusable. Like, especially if you want to be where you want to be. Like, there's too much talent to lose at that kind of level, that kind of rate.
Yeah, no, I hear what you guys are saying for sure. I guess it all comes back to what Chris Biederman said a couple days ago when he was on the show. You put yourself in this position, so there's just a small margin for error. So basically you made this trade assuming that everything would go well, and just things haven't gone well. And to your point, maybe they could have gone better and you'd be in a better position, but this is why you don't make a move like this and have to be dependent upon things that you can't control, like injury, where every game is so important and you don't have chemistry together. You never even, you can make the argument going back to the beginning of the season where it was 7 games where DeMar was out, Sabonis was out at the very beginning when De'Aaron dropped 60, that they were still trying to figure out how to play with DeMar DeRozan. And then you fire your coach, you bring in a new coach, and then you trade De'Aaron Fox, your franchise guy, to bring in these guys. So you were just betting on, I guess, a lot of good luck, and you ended up just getting a fairly normal hand. Maybe it wasn't a bad hand, but it's a normal hand, maybe slightly bad, but normal to bad, on top of the fact that you had no time to figure this thing out and a tiny, tiny margin for error.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. And to Biederman's point, it's what you signed up for. I think injury-wise, I feel like I can remember more notable injuries from the opponents they played against than the Kings this year. There's
Thunder
like
didn't
Kyrie
have,
one.
Yeah, they never faced. I don't think they ever faced Jalen Williams this season with the Thunder.
That's a good point. I don't think that they did.
And they got smacked both times.
Yeah, and a lot of their big wins, some guys are out. Like
Dame was
even
out.
Dame was
Dame
out.
was out.
The Boston game, Porzingis is out all the time, I guess. But I
That-
want to say
that was
Drew,
that was the healthiest game.
Yeah.
This most recent
the
one.
win, I guess. But yes.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even thinking about like Kyrie going down in the game against the Kings,
Yeah.
Tatum just went down the other day. I want to say
That's right, he went
Şengün.
down in that game.
That may
That's
have
right.
been
I
last
forgot
year,
about
but yeah, Tatum went down in that game.
Yeah.
So
Not
no,
that
I mean, I think that it's typical so far up to
Okay.
this point in the year, and something you got to deal with, and this is why the improved depth matters.
Yeah.
Also, everybody just talks about when you're a healthy group, like you need a better eighth guy, but no, when you miss your fourth, you need a better guy that can step up and play one role above what his typical one is. And I do think the Kings have some guys like that.
One more segment with the guys. Frankie Cardicelli says those 4-game losing streaks are unacceptable. What does that mean for the coaching carousel next season? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Fisher Investments. We may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready? $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
There's no better time than now to get yourself into a brand new Jeep because it's Jeep Adventure Days at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, offering the best deals in town and a selection other dealers are jealous of. Stop on by. They're just off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
So much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
One more segment with the guys. We still have our giveaway, Lit and Fuel. We're going to work around the logistics with Kyle because we have Brett Siegel joining us at 1. Want to make sure we give you enough time. We might push the giveaway to 1:15. So we do that and make sure that we give you Sack Chat appers, the Sacktown Sports app, some time to get on over. So 1:15 we'll do that giveaway, and Kyle will make sure that I don't forget it because we have Brett Siegel at 1 o'clock. 15 more minutes with the guys here, and I have something that I want to read, and it goes a little something like this. Something you'd think the Kings have to consider. That was from Brendan Nunez when Taylor Jenkins was relieved of his duties. And, you know, with the Kings in the current situation that they're in, the contracts are the contracts, guys. Obviously, you add Doug into the fold. You already owe Mike Brown what you owe Mike Brown. I'll give you a softball here, Brendan, to start. When it comes to not going in the direction of Doug, financially, are we kind of overstating how much of an issue that would be for the Kings? Are they financially motivated to stay with Doug at all?
No, I mean, Doug, like I'm sure that he did get a pay bump when he got the interim title, but I don't know this, but I'd assume he's the lowest paid coach in the league still at that point. And that's not a commitment beyond this year. Whatever he may have been in his assistant role, but that's a way smaller salary than anything we're talking about with a head coach.
Yeah.
And honestly, you would think that Doug should be one of the cheaper options if we were talking about retaining Doug, but he just hired Rich Paul, which raises the question of, well, why do you feel the need to do that for what it's worth? But no, I think as much as, you know, Kings don't want to be in the luxury tax, I don't think that has to do with them not wanting to spend money when it comes to the ownership group. I think that was more about revenue shares and them forfeiting that when they agreed to stay in Sacramento and things like that. And that Vivek, I think, is, you know, take it for what you will. It's kind of like a silver lining, but he's always been willing to pay for two coaches.
Right.
And so I think that I don't think that the finances of paying a coach would be a holdup.
Well, and I think that's how people have kind of talked about it, as if staying with Doug is a better option. Like you said, he might be cheaper than Taylor Jenkins, but either way, next season, you're paying two coaches. It's either going to be Mike Brown and Doug or Mike Brown and enter coach. So there's not really an incentive besides maybe Doug being less expensive than a Taylor Jenkins as far as why you would go with Doug instead of another coach. A lot of people are saying like exactly. A lot of people are saying like, oh, well, you know, if you go with Doug, then at least it's still blah, blah, blah. But no, either way, you're paying two coaches.
Yeah. And honestly, like, I don't even know how much I care about what you're paying the coach. Like, I think that is almost a separate conversation. If somebody's like completely ridiculous outlier on one side or another, then sure, I think it can be part of the conversation.
It doesn't affect the cap.
It doesn't. I think we should just be talking about who's the best coach.
Right. And a lot of people have feelings about Doug. We talk about the injuries and how much that should matter. Chris, as far as the the team is concerned, do you think that Doug is the guy moving forward? Do you already have him marked in to be that guy? Do you need to see more? Where are you at with Doug?
Yeah, I would say first and foremost, like I don't know if it's how they're going to move, but if they were concerned about finances at all, you probably shouldn't have fired the guy that you just paid. Committed 40 million? I think it was 40 total million, right?
I think
Because
it's
30 million guaranteed.
30 million.
I think it was 10 million per this year and then 2 more years.
Right, we're arguing about tens of millions of dollars, and so the bigger point is that like if you are concerned about finances, like don't fire the dude that you just committed tens of millions of dollars to. So I would hope, emphasis on hope, that they don't factor that in. But the reality is, if you're running a business, you're probably going to tell the person making that decision, like, can we look at the cheapest option first and see if that's like a feasible plan? And then if it's not, then yeah, sure, I'll consider moving on to a higher graded coach. But, there also might be, I don't know how much it factors in, but if they are hiring a new GM too, and let's say it's Bob Myers, like Bob Myers is going to cost $10 to $15 million a year. And so do you want to pay a combined $25 million a year of commitment for a coach and a GM? I don't know if that's going to play a factor at all, but those are my thoughts on the finances of it all. In terms of Doug and if he's going to stay or not at this point, I only feel like he will, because it feels like some sort of semblance of not. It to me feels like a safe move. Like it feels like, to me, from the front office's perspective, or mostly from Vivek's perspective, like I don't want to say somebody controllable, but it's somebody that, is kind of, been in the Kings organization for a long time, knows what they're signing up for, knows in theory, like what they are trying to build towards, instead of possibly entering in a completely new variable where, let's say you bring in Taylor Jenkins. Well, Taylor Jenkins probably got let go of his job for some sort of reason. Maybe those issues still pop up. At least, it's kind of like the evil you don't know versus the evil you do know, I think, from the organizational standpoint. Obviously, from a completely outsider perspective, like Brennan said, look for the best coach. And that's the real conversation to have. But I just don't kind of think that's how these guys operate.
Yeah, Frank, I wanted to throw it to you because some people on the text line, and I'm seeing this on social media, is it's not only about picking a coach that you want. Taylor Jenkins and whoever's available, is this job even considered desirable? We're going to do the thing once we know how many openings there are. But right now, if you're Taylor Jenkins looking around at who's going to be open and who's going to be interested, are the Kings even on your list?
I mean, if the money's right, honestly, which is kind of the main conversation here, I think money can fix a lot of things in sports. And, I think if it's take the money out of it, probably not. I mean, I think you're going to evaluate the market. And we've seen coaching changes like today, for example, ones that kind of come out of left field and you didn't think were going to happen. And I think some jobs will be open this summer that we didn't, think initially would be open. So Taylor Jenkins, I think, will take his time and, evaluate the market. But, with Doug and the Kings, it seems like, and I've gone back and forth about it. And again, as a guy who grew up in the area watching Doug and, loving those teams, I think that part of it is very cool to see. But at the same time, you want to make sure it's the right fit for the team going forward. And I think that the Kings, and I think someone mentioned that, they haven't announced an extension. So obviously it doesn't mean that Doug's going to be for the long haul. Mm-hmm. That's not really how the Kings handle things. They don't really announce in-season extensions that often, or I can't really remember since Rudy Gay, I think, got one a long time ago.
Didn't Ty Corbin get one? Because weren't they paying 3 coaches at one? Weren't they paying?
Didn't they sign an extension then fire him still?
Yes,
after
because I think there was a point. It was funny because as Brendan was saying, they have a history of paying 2 coaches. I was like, I think they were paying 3 coaches at one point.
I feel like they were paying. They were paying 3, and I feel like they've paid 2 coaches in 3 the last 13 years. But no, I think that I would evaluate the market first and foremost. I would make sure to see who else is out there, who gets fired, who, what assistants want a head coaching gig, see how the final 9-10 games shake out, the postseason, if they get that far. But in my hunch is telling me that they made that decision to fire Mike Brown and pay him willingly tens of millions of dollars the next 2-3 years because they probably have faith in Doug. Mm-hmm. And otherwise, why would you do that? Yeah. Why would you? It doesn't hurt the cap, sure. But why would you, as an organization that got hurt during COVID, that, like we mentioned, the revenue sharing money had to skip out for all those years, why would you willingly fork over $30 million and say, okay, let's just do it again and go get the next big name on the market and pay $20+ million. And like you said, that doesn't even take into account the GM. They might need a new GM if Monty McNair ends up being relieved in the offseason, which we'll see how that shakes out. But I mean,
then that's a separate conversation as well of hiring the GM without letting them hire
the coach. And that's the whole Pete D'Alessandro.
All of it. It goes back.
Did we make it
years and years and years
to our last 5 minutes before the name Vlade was said in the segment?
It's impressive.
I just snuck it in there.
That is impressive. But no, there's so many questions. Like Chris pointed out, you want to do the correct order of operations because you don't want another Pete D'Alessandro, Mike Malone situation. And I think someone was joking about it when we were in the press room that maybe, we'll see if Mike Brown might end up going back to San Antonio if Pop steps down.
Can't wait.
And becoming their head coach with De'Aaron and Wemby. Yeah. And maybe Sacramento turns into that destination that coaches go to. I equated to like Good Luck Chuck, where you end up going to one job, then the next one.
He's referencing the movie Good Luck Chuck.
I am.
That's right.
I referenced the movie Good Luck Chuck.
And you've seen that?
Yes.
Because Mike Malone coached the Kings. Where did he go after? Denver championship.
Yeah.
Now what?
Good luck.
What happens next? Luke Walton. Luke Walton fired from Sacramento. He's been in Cleveland and now Detroit, where they've turned things around. So maybe a team will take the Sacramento job to say, hey, maybe we turn things around.
The Luke one was kind.
You're basically,
Luke left Cleveland and they immediately became a champion contender.
But now he's in Detroit.
He's doing great in Detroit.
With March Madness going on, you're basically calling the Kings a mid-major.
I guess.
And a stepping stone. Well,
McNeese.
Yeah, McNeese. Here's the quote. Frankie Cardicelli, Mr. Aura, has called
Mr. Aura.
Mr. Aura.
Wow, a new nickname. That's a good one.
Has called
finally
McNeese State the Sacramento Kings. All right, guys. Thanks so much for joining us.
Not true.
This was a fun one. Brendan, Frankie, Chris Watkins, everyone, follow them on social media. Be sure to follow Sacktown Sports on Twitter, Instagram, all of that. Follow them. Great work. And sacktownsports.com. That's where you can find the newest articles that Brendan just put up one on Jake LaRavia, so you don't want to miss that. Brett Siegel of Clutch Points joins us on the other side. Don't forget our Lit and Fuel giveaway. 1:15, not 1 o'clock, 1:15. Now in South Sacktown Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip-off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, Some of the finest views of the city and baseball memories with the Sacramento River Cats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Sacktown Sports is bringing you the biggest live events in town. Whether you're rocking out or dancing the night away, check out the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Get ready for an epic night out. Papa Roach and Rise Against take over Golden One Center March 29th. That same night, comedy legends Jay Leno and Arsenio Hall bring the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Get ready to laugh your socks off. And for all you country fans, Lee Bryce and Walker Hayes hit Ironstone Amphitheater June 21st. Then head to Santa Rosa for Country Summer with Sam Hunt, Kane Brown, and Dustin Lynch June 27th through the 29th. Then back to one of the most beautiful venues as Parker McCollum takes the stage August 16th at Ironstone Amphitheater in Murphys, California. Don't miss out. Find more info and score your chance to win tickets at sacktownsports.com. Again, get all the details on the hottest events happening in town and your chance to win tickets at sacktownsports.com.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
We have hit the 1 o'clock hour on this, we'll call it a beautiful Friday. Most Fridays are beautiful. Giving away tickets to Lit and Fuel. That's in 15 minutes. But right now, we are joined by the one, the only friend of the show, national NBA insider and reporter for Clutch Points, Brett Siegel, joins us fresh off his Siegel Scoops. Brett, thank you so much for joining us on short notice.
Hey, no problem, Alan. Anything for you.
Let's start here, Brett, as we were talking baseball. Obviously, the A's out here in Sacramento now, and we have a bunch of Giants fans. So I'm in the middle of spending some time talking baseball, and we see the post from NBA Central who links us to what you had to say. And the first thing I see is the T word, trade with Domantas Sabonis. So that kind of got the ball rolling here. When I mentioned it on the air, a couple people reached out on the text line and on social media and said, hey, is this different, if you will, to what Sam Amick said via The Athletic a couple weeks ago when he talked about the clarity that Domantas Sabonis is seeking? So that's the first question I wanted to ask you. Is there anything else that you're hearing? Because Sam Amick didn't necessarily use the T word and say trade. He just said clarity. So I just wanted to ask, is there anything else that you're hearing, or is there just more rumblings of that same idea?
Well, we can't escape the aggregators online, right? They always have everything as soon as you put something out.
Yes.
So, and then it becomes viral and all that. So for clarity and to go off of what you were saying with Sam Amick's report, the Kings are heading in a weird direction right now. And I think that you guys know that out there. You've seen it since the De'Aaron Fox trade. We saw it this past week in the front office with Wes Wilcox leaving. And there's really not a sense of direction here where you have Domantas Sabonis under contract, that long-term deal. It's just finishing up year one of that deal. You have Zach LaVine under contract long-term now. DeRozan still has 2 more years left on his deal. So what is this team going to be? Because right now you're fighting for the 9 or 10 seed and a matchup in the first round with the Oklahoma City Thunder And I'm not sure if there's anybody out there that really believes that if the Kings were to make the playoffs, they have what it takes to beat the Thunder. So now you're heading into an offseason where you lost again in the first round or missed the playoffs. You just lost De'Aaron Fox. You're not really going to have the opportunity to add one of these great players through the draft lottery. You're not going to be able to add a Cooper Flagg or one of those top guys. So what's next for them? Is there a path forward through free agency? Well, there's not any stars available. It's all mainly role players. And now you have to go back to that dreaded T word. You have to go to the trade market. And what's going to be available there? This team, with the way it's constructed, they don't necessarily have the money to go out and get another big name player because they don't want to be a tax team. They don't want to be a first apron team next year. And you already have LaVine, Sabonis, DeRozan under contract. You don't have the ability to then add another big name player like you had with De'Aaron Fox. So now the question becomes, well, are you going to restructure this roster? Are you going to look to move guys around? And that's really what the players and Domantas Sabonis in particular are looking for at this time. They want clarity and a vision of, okay, well, what direction are we going as a franchise? Is Monte McNair the long-term committed GM of this franchise, or are they going to go in a different direction there? Who's going to be the head coach? And I think that these are all questions that the Kings are going to have to answer in the offseason. And obviously, they're going to have to provide to Domantas Sabonis. Otherwise, he's getting up there in age now. He's 28. He's in the prime of his career, playing some of the best basketball that we've seen. Is it worth him staying in Sacramento to the end of his current contract if there is no sense of direction and they aren't going to be a playoff team?
Talking to Brett Siegel, national NBA insider and reporter for Clutch Points. You can check out Siegel's scoops on Clutch Points, and that's what we're breaking down right now as we discuss Domantas Sabonis and the future of him and the Kings. Brett, this is kind of a broader one. How is the league viewing the Kings right now and their plan? Most times when you trade your big star, you just decide, hey, you do the Blazers thing. We're just going to build this thing from the ground up. And obviously the Blazers have a couple vet pieces there, but they move off a Dame. Hey, we're going to hit the reset. The Kings try to do this. I've been calling it a Spark Notes version or a shortcut of it. How is that being viewed by the league? And we'll talk about Taylor Jenkins a bit later, but how are the Kings viewed by the league right now?
Right now they're viewed as a declining franchise. And it's kind of sad to say because just 2 years ago, you had the coach of the year, you had all the hype surrounding the like the Beam era with the Kings and all this hype surrounding the team that they were going to be the next best thing in the Western Conference, kind of what we saw previously with the Memphis Grizzlies, how they really rose with John Moran. They were labeled to be that next West contender. And now, obviously, we've seen the decline of both those organizations. The Sacramento Kings barely clinging on to a play-in tournament spot right now. And there's no guarantee that they're going to make the play-in tournament at this rate. They're a half a game, I believe, over the Dallas Mavericks, who just got Anthony Davis back. They're playing better basketball as of late. You have the Phoenix Suns who are motivated to get in. So maybe the Kings even slip out of that and they don't make the playoffs entirely. So there's just a lot of questions surrounding this team right now, which is why there's rival organizations both in the West and the East looking at this team as being one that's going to be a big seller again at the trade deadline next season. And the reason for that is because you look at the timelines of the players on their roster, nothing really matches up. I mean, obviously LaVine and Sabonis, 30 and 29 years old respectively, but DeMar DeRozan's getting older. He's going to be 36 at the start of next season. And Keegan Murray, he's going to be entering the final year of his rookie contract. And what's the decision there? Because if you extend Keegan Murray long-term and give him all that money, now you're really tying yourself down to the point where you can't even go out in the trade market and make a big deal unless you're dealing a guy like DeMar DeRozan or Domantas Sabonis. So there's just a lot of question marks right now. Nobody really has answers. And until we see what happens with this front office in the offseason, there's not really a sense of clarity around the league of what direction the Kings are heading in.
When you bring up all these things, Brett, the number one thing I'm thinking about as we break all this down is that somebody has to make these decisions. And what Wes Wilcox, who I said goodbye to yesterday, the last game in Sacramento, as he heads off to Utah, what comes to mind is Monte McNair. A lot of people have said when you make a move like what the Kings did and you move off of Mike Brown and you move off of De'Aaron Fox, for lack of a better term, this is his mess, so you're not going to bring in a new GM to clean it up. That's how some people see it. What do you think the chances are, especially now with Wes Wilcox leaving during the season, what are the chances that Monte McNair gets to, quote-unquote, clean this mess up, or do you think the Kings move in a different direction?
I think he's certainly on the hot seat, and that's kind of the feeling of other teams around the league right now, of that the Kings are kind of exploring the routes of, well, what's our future going to look like? And is McNair the guy to see that through? And with Wes Wilcox leaving, a lot of that kind of played a role there, where the front office was under a lot of pressure from ownership and the higher ups in the organization to really get the job done and to move De'Aaron Fox to have a vision moving forward. So when you ask the question of, well, what does this vision look like and what kind of timetable are we looking at with this front office? It's more of a sense of where Mike Brown was entering the season, where things were good, but we kind of had a sense and an inkling that if things didn't go well, he was going to be gone. And I think that's kind of what we're looking at right now with Monte McNair and the Kings front office, where if they enter next season and they're not able to pull off a big move in the offseason, they don't have a clear vision in place heading towards the trade deadline, and they're slacking in the West, I think that you're going to see an immediate change there. But I think that you're going to see ownership and the Kings organization really back Monte McNair a lot, really back some of these decisions. And obviously we've seen Vlade Divac has been around the organization a lot. I know Sam Amick talked with you guys about that recently, and he's been appearing more. I think that you're going to see him step more into an advisor role. You're going to see Alvin Gentry have more hands-on role here. So it's going to be a collective of guys really stepping up in the absence of Wes Wilcox, because he was one of the leading voices in that front office. Granted, he wasn't the title of general manager, but he held a lot of responsibilities that would normally fall on Monte McNair. So we'll see what happens here with Monte McNair now, because I think that it's a very interesting and unique situation where they could wind up moving off of him in the middle of the season.
Talking to Brett Siegel, national NBA insider and reporter for Clutch Points. Brett, when it comes to who the Kings might move, we already talked about Domantas Sabonis. A name that keeps coming up and out here, the consensus is that DeMar DeRozan will probably want out, being that elder statesman. He wants to play some meaningful basketball. He clearly still has it, but you need to put him in specific areas of the game. And right now he's just maybe doing too much on the Kings. Does it feel like he's probably the easiest option to move for the Kings? $24 million, 36 years old, but obviously can still score at a high level. Because I'm thinking, and I was looking at the Lakers and the Clippers because he's from the LA area. Okay, at 24 mil for a six-man, I think someone would do it, but I don't know. It kind of feels like people are overstating how easy it's going to be to move DeMar. Am I off on this, or do you think it'll be pretty easy?
I agree with that statement that you just said to an extent, where it's not going to be as easy as people are making it out to be, where, yeah, he's only making 23, 24, 25 million. But when you compare him to a guy like Domantas Sabonis would be a lot more easier to move, because there's going to be a lot more interest out there for a guy that can do a little bit of everything at the center position. He can play like that Jokic role, that hybrid role, where he's a passer, rebounder, scorer, really anything you need of him. And he can play in the perimeter or the low post. So you can really build around him. You can build your offense around him. For DeRozan at his age, he's really kind of a guy that if there's a contending team out there that wants another second or third scorer, yeah, he makes sense for them. But what team's going to want to commit that money to him and move, let's say, and in the case of the Lakers, a guy like Rui Hachimura, for example? Why would the Lakers want to get off of a versatile defender and wing like that for a guy like DeMar DeRozan? So those are the big questions that will be answered a lot in the offseason. Obviously, it's just all speculation now. Okay, who can become available? What's the organization going to be looking to do? There's no definitive information saying like, yes, the Kings are going to be looking to move off DeRozan, and yes, DeRozan is going to be looking for a trade. That hasn't been presented at this time, much like the whole situation of, well, does Domantas Sabonis want out? That hasn't been presented at this time either. It's just more of figuring out the direction of the franchise. If that doesn't happen, frustrations continue to mount. He will eventually be looking at his future, and his future will eventually lead outside of Sacramento. But this offseason, let's say they are able to figure some things out. They bring in a bunch of key secondary guys, which I think that's most likely the direction that we're looking at here with the Kings, especially in a free agent class that's going to be loaded with those secondary mid-level exception type guys. Let's say they can bring in 2-3 impact players. All of a sudden, that changes the complete trajectory of your team, because you don't need necessarily De'Aaron Fox. You don't need one of those big name players at the point guard position to be successful. You can have Domantas Sabonis and scorers like DeRozan, Monk, and LaVine, and surround them with solid bench play, and all of a sudden you have one of the deepest rosters in the Western Conference. So I think that that's really the unique aspect of this offseason, not just for Sacramento, but every organization, is with the money going up across the league and the cap situations rising a little bit, teams have a little bit more flexibility between the tax, between the apron lines. How are they going to use their mid-level exceptions and how are they going to fill out the rest of their roster? Because that 10th or 11th guy on your bench can really make a big difference in terms of making a playoff push in a very loaded Western Conference.
Brett Siegel, one more before we get you out of here. Just a quick one. Obviously, the news on Taylor Jenkins with the Grizzlies. Do you have any information on what happened there? And do you think that maybe changes how the Kings look at Doug Christie and the job that he's done? I know that they've invested a lot and they like Doug Christie, but any information on Taylor Jenkins and what the interest level may be with the Kings or either way on both sides?
I don't know anything about a connection of Taylor Jenkins to Sacramento. Could it be a thing? Potentially. Obviously, those conversations will be held in the offseason. And like you mentioned, they do like Doug Christie, and I can concur. I've heard the same there, and that he has the backing of the locker room as well. And that's going to be the most important factor for the Kings is whatever head coach they wind up hiring, whether it's Doug Christie or somebody else, he's going to have the backing of the whole locker room, starting with Domantas Sabonis. And that's going to be the most important piece there. In terms of the Grizzlies, I wasn't necessarily this move was shocking in terms of the time that it came out because there are 8-9 games left in their season. They're battling for a top seed in the Western Conference. Very odd time for you to fire your head coach. Am I surprised by the news, though? No, I'm not. And because they changed his entire coaching staff last offseason, they've batted heads with Taylor Jenkins over the last year about changing their scheme around John Morant, having Desmond Bane take on a bigger role. And obviously, we've seen it this year with some of the players where they've been batting heads with the coaching staff and they've been frustrated at times with their roles on the court. We saw Desmond Bane and Santi Aldama a few games ago get into it on the bench, shoving each other and yelling. So this was just a major disconnect and something needed to change. And I've been told that this was a decision that Zach Kleiman, the GM, directly made himself with the backing of ownership and the others in the front office. And they spoke with Taylor Jenkins this morning and had a face-to-face conversation about that. So Taylor Jenkins out in Memphis and obviously going to change a lot of landscape in the Western Conference, and certainly for Jenkins, who now becomes the best head coach available in what could be a pretty underwhelming coaching carousel this offseason. But hey, you never know. That we always see big name coaches get fired, and this was certainly one of them.
Brett, thank you so much for joining us. As always, Brett Siegel, national NBA insider and reporter for Clutch Points. Brett, enjoy your weekend if you even get any of those. I know you're always running around, and 'tis this season as the NBA comes to a close. We will talk to you soon. Thanks for the time.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alan.
That was Brett Siegel. Be sure to check out Siegel's Scoops on Clutch Points, and that breaks down everything that he has to say about Domantas Sabonis and the possible trade that could happen or the request of a trade in the offseason. Great stuff from Brett. It's your time now. Lit and Fuel, your last chance to win those tickets. I'm picking the number this time before Kyle picks 17 or something like that. We only got 45 minutes left, and we're going to make the most of it. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Great stuff from Brett Siegel. Kyle, What did you think of what Brett Siegel had to say?
Brett gave us a lot right there. I mean, I thought when he was talking about DeRozan, I think he highlighted the most important part, which we talked about before, is talking about trading him is a lot harder when you don't know, A, the direction the Kings want to go, and B, what other teams are interested.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's a perfect encapsulation of why we need so much more information. We're like 3 steps away from possibly trading DeRozan. And the only reason DeRozan is named in the conversation is just because he's the easiest to trade. It's not because he's the worst of the 3 or whatever. He's just the easiest to move someone out for. So Brett nailed it on the head with that, and then obviously all the Sabonis stuff, which is good to have that confirmation.
Which I think is interesting because if DeMar DeRozan is the quote unquote easiest, and he's actually not as easy as we think, that said something about the rest of really the easiest. I would argue is maybe Keegan Murray, but it also would say, hey, what do you want for Keegan, and then does that team want to pay Keegan? But DeMar DeRozan is quote unquote the easiest by what we think he wants.
Yeah, I guess I should clarify that. He's the easiest of the 3 score first guards, right? Of Malik, LaVine, and him that don't make sense all playing together. He's the easiest of that 3, which to the LaVine point, I don't think it's that hard to make the flip if you want to. The thing is, I don't think they're tied to LaVine. I think they're tied to paying $80 million over the next 2 years to somebody. If you wanted to take on the Michael Porter Jr. contract, or you wanted to take on the Andrew Wiggins contract or something like that, I think you can make that flip. It's just, you're kind of I don't know if it makes you better. You're just kind of reshuffling the money necessarily. And honestly, given what they had to give up to get Zach LaVine, I think they're probably better served to just try and get Zach LaVine back to that all-star level versus just, selling him for Michael Porter Jr. and Zeke Naji, which the Bulls turned down back in December.
Right. You can build around him at this point, and it's all fine and good. And it will be fine and good for you. Ooh, it's tonight. Like we said, win and you're in. The rock bands Lit and Fuel are bringing their Ignited We Stand tour to Hard Rock Live Sacramento this Friday, March 28th, and we want to send you to the show. That's tonight. We're looking for caller number 3. Caller number 3 right now to win a pair of tickets to see Lit and Fuel. The rock bands Lit and Fuel are bringing their Ignited We Stand tour to Hard Rock Live Sacramento this Friday. You go, you see them, you have a good time, you spend some cheese, you put it all on black, you put it all on red, you enjoy yourself. By the way, we went to, the name escapes me, but my last birthday, my wife and I, we went to the restaurant at Hard Rock Live. One of the best ribeyes I've ever had. 916-339-1140.
And you can have that tonight.
916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. 916-339-1140. The rock band's Lit and Fuel. Tonight, Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Names are coming in now. Good luck to you. So while Kyle handles the phone lines, I'm taking a look at the text line, and we know because we had the hour with the guys, we haven't got back to you, so I'm going to give you some love right now. The 916 says they are never moving off Sabonis. He is the best player on the team. They will build around LaVine, Sabonis, and Monk. They can bring in different role players to build around those guys. The Kings need three-point shooters. They need more wing help for Keegan to take a bigger role offensively, and they need a defensive-minded point guard who can set the offense up and will allow Monk to focus on scoring. Trade DeMar, please. The signing made no sense to begin with. That's from the 916. I hear you, 916. For me, again, you got to make sure it's easy to move on from DeMar. And maybe, like I said, I think ownership likes what DeMar DeRozan brings. I do. Do they like it enough to, and Kyle's handling the phones right now, so I'm going to say this, because he can't defend himself. When it comes to Malik Monk and this back and forth about starting, not starting, are we sure DeMar DeRozan is easier to move than Malik Monk? Obviously, I don't want to move Malik Monk, But if you think about the age, his scoring ability, how sought after he was heading into free agency, are we sure DeMar DeRozan's easier to move than Malik Monk? Are we sure that ownership, we got to deal with this Malik starting lineup thing again? I don't know. Now, obviously, myself, I would keep Malik Monk. I'm saying we're not sure. We're way over time because of how much fun we had with Brett Siegel, and that will be up pretty soon on the Sacktown Sports app, on the podcast, on the YouTube. You can rewind on YouTube as well. And when we return, we get into our Kings versus Magic preview as they tip off tomorrow. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Saturday afternoon, Kings and Magic. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 12:30. Tip off at 2.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now, or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, the School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all grills are created equal. When buying a new grill, every detail matters. For March, grab a $149 gift with purchase of every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill, including a pizza lover starter kit and much more. More March savings include up to $79 off Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel that boasts quality. See how Napoleon will help you achieve the perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today with your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Congrats to our winners all week. Like I said, I should have taken the break to look up the name of the Hard Rock Live restaurant, but it's the main steakhouse there. And I got the ribeye, and I honestly couldn't even finish it. I took it home, had steak and eggs the next day. It was outstanding. So congrats to our winners. Go check out that steakhouse if you are feeling frisky as you see Lit and Fuel come together on the Hard Rock Live stage. And we're getting ready for this Kings versus Magic preview. Obviously, they play tomorrow, so we won't have any prop talk for you, but we should have the line, and we can help you in that regard as well. So Kyle and I kind of got into it during the break because he storms in here, all right, and he says, I heard what you were saying. What were you saying as far as what I couldn't defend myself about? And I said, well,
say what you said for real.
Well, when you said that DeMar would be the easiest to trade, I wouldn't do this, but you could make the argument that Malik Monk is the easiest to trade. Then we went into the direction of, Kyle, what did you say?
Say what you said for real.
I said I think DeMar is probably a better player, so therefore it might be more demand. However, I don't disagree out the gate with what you said.
So you think, just to be sure here, all right, Malik Monk at 27 years old, and their contracts are as far as money per year are pretty similar, low 20s, right?
Well, no, Malik's only 19, but it's going to go up, obviously. But
so you think it's easier to move a 30, or there will be more interest in a 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan than at 23, 24 million a year than a 27-year-old Malik Monk at 19, 20 a year?
I'm saying there could be, but I'm also saying you would get more in a theoretical DeMar DeRozan trade. Now, the difference is Malik is under contract for 3 years, so potentially that would be worth more, but I would just say you might get more interest on DeRozan potentially than Malik, but also part of it is you might get more in a trade for DeRozan than you would for Malik.
Yeah, I think Malik is an easier sell. I look at the Magic, and they could be back in the Malik realm again, right? Because Malik actually fits the Magic, and we're doing it again as the Kings take on the Magic tomorrow. Malik fits the Magic because Paolo is their point guard. So Malik doesn't have to play point guard there. They have their defensive guards who they might have to give up somebody in a Malik Monk trade, but KCP has been terrible. He's a great defender, but he can't score. The Magic have been looking for a scoring guard as long as the Kings have been looking for another wing, as long as the Niners have been looking for another tight end. All those teams have been looking for those things for the same period of time.
Right, but do you see them giving up Cole Anthony to get Malik Monk?
Well, we had a Magic writer on the last time they played, and he rattled off a lot of untouchable names, and I'd love to have him back on and see how that's changed. Yeah, I do see them giving up a Cole Anthony. The Magic, your window is open until it's closed, and nobody knows that like the Sacramento Kings and the Sacramento Kings fans. The Magic, you go from about to be the next and you're going to get that baton handed to you to you're getting lapped. And I don't think the Magic want to get lapped. That nobody saw the Knicks making that move for Karl Anthony Towns. So, yes. Now, do I think they believe Malik Monk is good enough to get them where they want to go? I think they have to make a couple moves this offseason.
See, that was kind of my thing, is like, are they a Malik Monk away from getting lapped? Or I should say the gap between Malik Monk and Cole Anthony?
They're a Malik Monk away from where they probably thought they would be this season, right? So between 4 and 6, that's what I think.
So let me throw out my DeMar DeRozan example. And again, we'll probably dive into this more in the offseason. But like, if I'm surveying the landscape and I'm trying to say, like, what's the team that DeMar DeRozan would make sense for? Not saying DeRozan wants to go there, not saying anything else, just what's the team that makes sense? They would be a team that's already strong on the defensive end of the floor, looking for a true and blue number 2 scoring option, and has cap flexibility.
Right.
The best team I could find for that is the Pistons.
Okay.
So if they wanted to do a deal with the Pistons, they're super limited in what they can get back, only because they would basically have to take Tobias Harris's contract and then, figure out draft compensation, basically. So in that scenario, I think it would be like Malik Monk might get you more in a theoretical trade because DeRozan only has 1 year left on his deal, and they kind of have the possible pressure to trade him if that's the direction they want to go. So in that respect, I think I agree with you that Malik might get more in a trade, but more would be a younger player, and that younger player might fit a post Malik Monk timeline better, versus if you're flipping DeRozan, you're probably getting back a guy in their late 20s or 30s who's making $25 million just to make the salaries match.
Yeah. We're obviously going to dig into this, but I thought it was very fascinating from Brett Siegel, who, again, went on to say that, DeMar DeRozan and where he could be moved and what that looks like, it might not be as easy. We're not going to say it's going to be difficult, but he was kind of in the camp of where I've been, where everyone's just assuming, okay, well, DeMar's going to be gone, and and hold on now. A lot has to happen here, and the 916 is on the text line. You are 100% correct about ownership. They need to stop worrying about looks and worry about building a team that makes sense. Payne Chocolat on the chat, that's just a funny name, says, Malik isn't on a Kendrick music video, though. And look, I know, I'm not kidding. I do think that, yeah, please. It feels so refreshing that, and we talked about this on the crosstalk with the morning show. I don't know when, I don't know why, but one day went to one of the games and they stopped, as they play stuff after big threes and big shots for the players. They stopped playing that after DeMar DeRozan. And this is not sourced at all. I'm pretty sure he said, hey, cut it out.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
I don't have any information on that. I did not talk to DeMar, but my guess is he said cut it out.
Yeah, because why else would they stop it? Like the Zach LaVine one.
Which is great, by the way.
Right, but if Zach said, I don't like it, I don't know why he would, they would probably stop doing it.
Real quick, how do they still not have anything for Keon? I don't know what they would have, and we can workshop it. We've been successful before when Malik has a dunk, going back to that famous caller, we want the monk. That still gets played from time to time when Malik has a huge dunk. So we have that. We need to think about something for Keon because this has gone too far now.
Sure. I mean, Dave is the one who takes credit for creating the Domantas about. So, someone probably in the organization came up with the Zach LaVine one. And then we have Malik's obviously with the In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. And then the Keegan Murray. That just kind of came out naturally.
Yeah, so, that's one of the best ones, or the best one to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the best ones anywhere.
Oh, that's what I mean, in the league.
Yeah, so that one kind of came naturally. So I don't know. Maybe we'll think of something. I guess the person to talk to probably is Moke, right?
Oh, yeah. And
I don't know if Moke has that influence, but he knows the person who's in control.
Oh, he does. Trust me. I know that for a fact. So we have to workshop something first, but we got to get something before the season ends, people. So let's work on that.
I mean, this one doesn't work, but we've been using this for Keon.
I really just be chilling for real.
Yeah, but you're not playing that after a song.
But is there
something?
Three. I'm saying, is there something chill that we could do as the song idea?
If it's Ellis Island, could you play like a SpongeBob sound?
Does he like SpongeBob?
Probably.
Why do you got to laugh out of that?
Don't look at me like that, Whitey. All right.
What's the point of doing SpongeBob?
It's an island.
He lives under the sea. What are we talking about?
Bikini Bottom. Well, let's hope the Kings stay on top and don't head back to the bottom as they head to Florida. Orlando specifically. Take on the Orlando Magic. Since January 1st, the Magic 23rd in net rating, 27th in offensive rating, 7th in defensive rating. They had won 3 in a row before losing to the Mavericks on Thursday. And it was kind of I don't know. I had the Magic. I didn't see all these injuries coming. Nobody did. I thought they were going to be the team that finds a way to slide into a 4 seed in the East, maybe even a 3 seed. I'm really high on Paolo Banchero, Franz Wagner. The problem is it just kind of drops off a cliff after that. But with Goga Bitadze, they have players. They've just been injured.
Want to try that name again?
No. It was fine. Go ahead, Kyle. How do you say
Goga Bitadze.
That's what I said.
You said Bitadze.
I got 20 minutes left. This is what we're doing? Really? All right. Whitey Gleason joins us on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, sometimes you just don't want to buy brand new. I get it. I understand. Sometimes you just want to try something out. Maybe go for a lease. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the place for you. They have great lease offers starting at $297 a month. That's right, $297 a month. You know, for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the community. Whether you're buying, whether you're leasing, they're the ones you can trust. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet of lease vehicles. They have certified pre-owned vehicles as well, starting at just 3.49% on select models from 2021, 22, and 23. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Tell them your boy Drape sent you, and trust me, they'll take care of you. They're a partner you can trust. Or you can always go online at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a flat earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiOJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at prestigiojewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Here's Allen Stiles. Whitey Gleason joins us on the Allen Stiles Show. Been a heck of a week, and we ended it with Brett Siegel, the roundtable, and now Whitey Gleason. I mean, Whitey, okay, let's get you in on this question.
Yep.
And to that point, it's on the YouTube, but I think it was maybe a little bit confusing if you weren't listening to the segment. So the argument was that I'm to the point now having the little one, and I don't even know if it's about the little one, but you get to Saturday, and everyone loves Saturday, right? But maybe it's just my anxiety. I'm already thinking about Sunday, which means that Monday's around the corner. And I love my job, but I don't enjoy Saturday maybe as much as I should because Sunday's around the corner.
What's wrong with Sunday?
Sunday, oh my goodness. How much time do you have?
He gets Sunday scary.
Yes, very hardcore. So I said that when it comes to the weekend, driving home after work is over is actually the most enjoyable part of the weekend to me. That Friday, because you got 2 days, you haven't even started the weekend yet. I was just thinking about that. So we tried to ask it on the YouTube. I don't know if it translated, but you see what I'm trying to say here.
I felt like that a lot when I was doing mornings. Because you have to, or I did anyway, doing mornings, like Monday morning, the prep for Monday started on Sunday.
Right.
So on Sunday's not a whole, so that Friday, when you're done here, this is when the weekend starts, but it also ends like early, right? Starts a little early, ends early.
That's what I'm saying.
So I chose to offer the no context question of, do you ever have more hope in your life than at 2:30 p.m. on a Friday?
But you got to enjoy your Saturday.
I do enjoy it, but then 5 o'clock hits and, it's Sunday. You know, it's Sunday. You know, I mean, I feel the same way. Just had the birthday and, you know, the number that I have, I'm rounded up now.
Yeah.
I'm rounding up now, man. I can't round down. That's what we do. Arithmetic. Whitey, you happy with your Padres and everything that they got going this season? I know you're 1-0 now.
Yeah. How about those A's of Sacramento, Las Vegas?
No, and then you get the text. Actually, guys, if they were to take the name, it would have to be West Sacramento.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, fair
Just
enough.
wanted you to know that.
Yeah. But I mean.
But we know that.
Yeah. Yeah. I just.
YOLO A's.
I was talking to some members of the media last night. People are very optimistic about the A's. A little too optimistic, in my opinion.
Well,
somebody wanted to I'll bet you they make the playoffs this year, and I was like, whoa, how much?
Well, I did say they'd go over their 74.5. I said that, and maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
I thought I saw 71 somewhere. It said 74.
I thought I saw.
Oh, okay.
ESPN had them projected at 74 and whatever.
Oh, okay.
So I just said 74.5, and then we put them in the category of they could scare some people. Or who was it, Kyle, that said that? We played the sound.
Mark DeRosa said they might surprise some people, which is code word for they're not good at all.
No, it's not.
But I have to just say they might surprise people, which is code word. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, your team's not good.
It's either they might surprise some people or they might scare some people, something like that. It's all the same kind of dark horse pick. I really like their lineup. I do think a lot of us didn't realize Oh, you need a bullpen to get to Mason Miller. And that's what we learned very quickly last night.
I'm a big fan of Tyler Soderstrom.
Yes, 2 home runs last night.
Big time power stroke.
They have some great young talent. Lawrence Butler, once he gets hot and he gets going, and obviously Brent Rooker, the two of the many contracts that they signed. So I'm excited for it. The Giants did their thing yesterday. I got to admit, my wife cannot stand Wilmer Flores' batting stance.
Really?
Because she played.
Yeah.
She played too. So
she was better than you, right?
She was very much better than me. Her jersey, her jersey is retired at her high school. Mine is not, at least not yet. But she cannot stand Wilmer Flores' batting stance. And every time we watch it together, I just don't understand how he gets a hit. And every time we were not watching yesterday together, but I'm like, you wouldn't have liked this. Well, you would have liked the result. But Wilmer Flores taking the lead in Cincinnati.
We were doing the show, and I just was checking scores as best I could as we talked about the Kings from the arena. And then I saw, the Giants won.
Yeah.
Having no idea how they'd won.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah, Patrick Bailey. And, Whitey, I kind of compared the Giants and the Kings a little bit. And this, with Wes Wilcox on his way to Utah, we don't know what's going to happen with Monty McNair. We talked to Brett Siegel about it. That'll be posted on YouTube pretty soon. You can check it out on the Sacktown Sports app and Rewind on YouTube as well. And with Buster Posey at the helm, obviously it's just one game. Kind of feels like the Charlie Brown cloud is gone a little bit over the Giants. And when you win your first game, that can obviously be the case. Very, very long season. Too long for my taste. You know that, Whitey. But when it comes to the Kings, I wonder if there is a cloud and where is the cloud? What would make Kings fans feel better? Because I feel like Giants fans are now, we got Buster back. We got a little swagger to us. If you hold on to Monty McNair and bring in someone else, could that help? Could Doug get rid of the cloud? Felt like the cloud was gone earlier this season when Mike they moved on from Mike Brown's 7-game winning streak. So I was pulling some of those parallels, just thinking, how do the Kings? It feels like there's a cloud now. How do they get rid of that cloud?
Comparing him to the Giants, like you said, if you go back to you had Buster and you had the 3 World Series in 5 years. And then they went to a new regime. They changed regimes. When they won the 107, and then the next year they didn't really do anything. I know we were both in the Bay at the time. I've never seen Giants fans so upset as they were that offseason.
Yeah.
Like after winning 107, they were furious because, like, what's going on? The Dodgers are doing things, we're doing nothing. So, Farhan's regime didn't quite work. Gabe Kapler didn't quite work. And so now they're going back to, all right, we're going back to the way it was. One of the key figures of those World Series teams, he's running things. So that's reassuring. With the Kings, you have Doug Christie coaching, but he's not really running things.
Right.
So that's the big difference. It's like, what are they going back to? What are they moving ahead to? What is Monty? And I hope Monty stays. Is Monty out? Then who's in? So for Kings fans, there's still just kind of a, like you were talking with Brett Siegel today. What are they doing? Well, we have to find out. Whereas Giants fans have a clearer sense, at least early in the season, like, okay, I think we can trust Buster.
Yeah, the Giants, obviously, Bryce Eldridge, who you can see along with myself at Sutter Health Park for the River
draw.
That's
Who's
right.
a bigger draw, Eldridge or Stiles?
I think it's close. I think it's close. So the Giants, they have their vets. You still got your Wilmer Flores and your Mike Yastrzemski. You have your vets, and hey, they're going to help us. Where Chapman, they're going to help us and keep the ship afloat. You have your young talent now, Elliot Ramos, Luis Matos, those type of guys who have shown some things, right? And now you have the young talent that you're hoping will be the next version of what Buster and that whole crew did. With the Kings, you look at their timeline, and it's funny. Brett looked at the timeline. Brett Siegel at Clutch Points looked at the timeline with DeMar DeRozan being 36, and then you had Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis about to hit 30, and you had Keegan Murray, who is not young in his 20s, but 20, 24 years old, whatever it is. I don't feel like their timeline is that much of an issue because they don't have 4 Keegan Murrays. I mean, that would be great, but four dudes that are in their early mid-20s. So I don't think their timeline is as much as an issue as just the fit of what they're trying to do. Because Malik is at 27 years old. I think their timeline is fine. It's just the pieces that they have.
Don't you think that the timeline suggests they're built to win, if not now, like really soon?
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. So that's why I think it's going to be one of those three. I don't think it'll be Sabonis, but either Malik or DeRozan to bring in whatever Monty or whoever the GM is feels is necessary to get them there. And Brett even said that this free agent market is going to be pretty robust for secondary players. I think the problem is you look around, and again, what's your end goal? Is it just to get to the playoffs or to get to
start building a roster,
a championship?
Take you on a championship path.
Yeah, so I just don't know where they're going to find that. And I guess all they're trying to do is make the playoffs, so that's fine.
I still hope they do. And I know a lot of fans. I was talking to somebody last night, longtime Kings fan, and was saying, if they're going to finish 10th, they should just not be in the play-in and get that player.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that, but I certainly understand that point of view.
Yeah. I almost said Whitey to the glass. Kyle, quickly, dog segment. Who let the dogs out? Beautifully timed, Whitey. Got to go quick here. No prop talk. And obviously the line's going to move because the game's tomorrow. I'm just going to say off the top of my head, if you remember last time they were in Orlando, this guy scored 0 points. Malik Monk gets his revenge in Orlando. That's what I got from my.
All right, I'm going Devin Carter. I know he didn't play much last night. He's still recovering, but I like Devin Carter. He's going to be his old scrapper self tomorrow.
There you go, Devin Carter for Whitey. Kyle, who do you have?
Keegan Murray.
Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Thank you all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thanks to Brett Siegel, who joined the show. Go check that out on YouTube, the Sacktown Sports app. Thanks to the Round Table, Chris Watkins, Brendan Nunes, Frankie Carticelli. Thanks to Kyle, as always. The Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Until Monday, secure the bag, light the beam.
You can't see her head. She's hugging his parents.
Gotta go. Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like